Of the Charleston County Board of Zoning and Appeals, also known as the BZA. The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. My name is William Ray, and I am having the pleasure of serving as the chairperson. To my right, we have Mr. Truslow, Mr. Marchant should be on the way, Mr. Siddell, and Mr. Nelson. To my left, we have Mr. Nelson, and I would imagine Jordan Williams and Switzer Smalls would be in sooner or later. We do have an early meeting today. And staff members present tonight are Ms. Sally Brooks, Ms. Clark, Mr. Downey, Mr. Foster, and Ms. Working. And to my immediate right, we have our attorney, Mr. Hugie. Because the hearing tonight is a public fact-finding meeting, we are in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to the hearing, an announcement was printed in the Post and Courier. A sign was placed on or near the designated property. A notice was mailed to the applicant or the necessary representative. To the property owners, at least within 300 feet of the property, and the parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and news media that have requested declaration of meeting has also been notified. Board members, the meeting of the May 6, 2024 meeting was sent to you by email. Are there any changes? If not, can I get a motion to approve and a second? All right, can I get a second?
Second.
All right. So all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye. It is unanimous. Thank you so very much. Is it on? It's on. Thank you. Our case ruling here tonight in the BZA are available to the public for review and inspection during normal business hours at the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. The Board of the Zoning Appeals is a quasi-judicial body that has final decision-making authority. Appeals of a zoning-related administrative decision. The BZA is authorized to hear and decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged that there is an error in the order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the administration or the enforcement of any zoning-related regulation. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in an appeal. We also have special exceptions. A special exception is by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location within the zoning district. Upon demonstrating such a use complies with all the conditions and standards specified in the Zoning and Land Regulation Ordinance, also known as ZELDAR. The BZA must find that a special exception meets all 6 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a special exception. A simple majority is required to grant a special exception. And then finally, we have a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA's regulations of the ordinance where such action will not be contrary to the public interest and where, owing to the conditions particular to the property and not in the result of the actions or the situation of the applicant, a literal enforcement of the code where it would result in the unnecessary and undue hardship of such variance is consistent with Section 6-29-800 of the Code of Law of South Carolina, Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find the variance meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a variance. A simple majority is required to grant a variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist this board in gathering evidence pertinent to each case. If a member of the BZA finds a need for further information to clarify the case, the board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It is understood that the rules of your neighborhood or your subdivision are binding and that we can make no actions that would negate their jurisdiction over your property. In addition to your testimony, our board has been presented written information submitted by staff, by the applicant or the applicant's agent for each case. This information is now considered evidence and is entered into the permanent record of this body. It is assumed that it is complete, true, and accurate. In order to present data assembled by the staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application's effects on surrounding properties, our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or to deny a special exception or a variance request. We're also authorized to defer a case should there be a need for additional information. The BZA's final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of this public hearing. It will be mailed, certified mail to the applicants and U.S. mails to neighbors and the community of interest. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this evening are valid for 12 months after this meeting, and a 1-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has been commenced or is being diligently pursued. However, if an applicant's request is denied or disapproved, and the applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case, appeals must be addressed to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that an appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days after the decision of this board is mailed to them. Failure to appeal within this time limit deprives the court of jurisdiction to hear a case. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything said in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All of the information provided to the BZA is considered evidence, and the board may certify contempt of circuit court if false statements are made either in writing or orally. Each person wishing to speak or to address this board must be sworn in by the BZA secretary prior to providing testimony or evidence. In order to expedite this process, we ask that you stand in as a group and the secretary will administer the oath.
Please stand and raise your right hand if you think you want to speak tonight. I will say the oath and you will say I do. Wait. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I do. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts that are pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand, state his or her name and current location, address for the record before presenting testimony pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I would then ask for those speaking either in support or in opposition to the case, and they will follow the same procedure for identifying themselves and are limited to 2 minutes. The applicant will then have a chance to reply to any opposition limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. Finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application stating specific findings of facts and conclusion of law. Tonight we had 9 cases to hear. So we got a lot of work to do tonight, folks. So at this time, Mr. Downing, if you would start with our first case.
Yeah, so we did end up postponing one case to August 5th. It's BZA 0424000775. And this is the case that's located on Wabanla Island. So if there's anyone here for that case, it's been postponed. The applicant is out of town.
Very good. So that means we have 8. So is anyone here for that case tonight? Okay. Well, very good.
It's still 9. That was.
Oh, we said we had 10 beforehand.
We had 10 and then we lost 1. So 9.
And also, ladies and gentlemen, I will have to leave early tonight, and you will be having the opportunity and the pleasure to have our vice chair to run the meeting. I'll try to get out of here promptly at about 5:15 tonight, okay? Mr. Downing.
So beginning with BZA case 0424000769, the applicant and property owner Thomas Coslink is requesting a variance to reduce the required 10-foot rear setback by 6.5 feet to 3.5 feet and the required 5-foot interior side setback by 1.5 feet to 3.5 feet for a proposed addition at 2125 St. Luke's Drive, TMS number 343-01-00122 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located within the low-density R4 zoning district. The .2 subject acre property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 1942 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to construct a proposed addition. The applicant is calling it an attached accessory dwelling unit. The letter of intent explains that we're wanting to remove and replace the existing ADU that was constructed on the property line. When the new ADU is constructed, it will be moved to reflect a 3.5 setback on the side and rear. This will move the structure closer to the existing home. We would like to attach the ADU to the house with a covered breezeway. So here are the setbacks and the density dimension standards of the R4 zoning district. That is the subject property. The radius map, an aerial view of the subject property, and a zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. Staff did conduct its site visit on May 16th. And here are pictures of the subject property. The accessory structure that is to be demolished. Pictures of St. Luke's Drive. Here's the site plan that was submitted. The plat of Riverland Terrace. So for the conditions, staff believe that it meets criteria 1. It also meets criteria 2 and 3. It may meet criteria 4. It meets criteria 5. It may meet criteria 6 and 7. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions or deny BZA case 04-24-00769, a variance request to reduce the required 10-foot rear setback by 6.5 feet to 3.5 feet and the required 5-foot interior side setback by 1.5 feet to 3.5 feet for a proposed addition at 2125 St. Luke's Drive, TMS number 343-01-00122 on James Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. Staff does not have any conditions for this application. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Do we have any questions? Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Downey, can you talk a little bit about the tree that we're encroaching upon greatly? And is that not part of this case?
So I would defer that question to Mr. Foster.
That tree has termites and it also has a very strong lean to it. So that tree was approved for removal a few months ago. It's grown like this, so it's a hazard tree.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Welcome, Mr. Marchant and Mr. Jordan, to our meeting tonight. Anyone else? Thank you, sir. All right, is the applicant present? Very good, right close to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record. And before you do that, ladies and gentlemen, we have monitors out front, so you won't see us looking behind us. Okay? Thank you, sir.
My name is Tom Kozlik, and my address is 2125 St. Luke's Drive.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to say that one more time and speak into the mic. There we go.
My name is Tom Kozlik, and my address is 2125 St. Luke's Drive, Charleston, South Carolina, 29412.
Thank you, sir. Tell us why we should approve your application, sir.
It's the kind of existing circumstances that require the shed that's there is past its life expectancy. It kind of got built in, I'm assuming, the 80s, it needs to be torn down and rebuilt. I would like to build it a little bit further, bigger. And when I do that, it's going to leave just an odd space between the side of the ADU and the house. So for connectivity purposes, we would like to attach it, which changes the zoning requirements. You know, in an R4, I would be allowed to build a 22 by 22 ADU. The only reason we're really having this conversation is because I want to attach it. So
Okay.
it's a means of connectivity, and I think overall it's going to be aesthetically appealing and meet all the criteria in the 7 requirements.
Smart. Yes, sir. You have a question?
No, sir.
Is that all? That's all your statement that you want to make?
Yeah, I brought some audiovisual aid if you want
Yeah, we'd like to
See-
see it. You
see
help
some-
your case at all? Yes,
to
sir.
see some pictures.
Do you have them with you?
Yeah, I have a thumb
Would you
drive.
like to present it, please? If you,
Sure.
oh, you got a thumb drive.
Mr. Chairman, while we're getting that queued up, may I ask the applicant a question?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Sir, you mentioned that the reason you were here was because you're attaching, because you're attaching the structure to your house. You're here to seek the variance. I mean, I think if you were not attaching it, you would still have to get the variance because of the setback. So I think there's a little bit of a clarification there. But it does beg my question of the following, which is, if you truly want to attach this to your house, why not just do an addition to the house? And therefore keep yourself from encroaching upon the setbacks.
So, Mr. Marchant, if I could, that has been handled at the staff level. Whether he was to attach it to the house or directly attach it with a breezeway, a variance would have still been required. The way that staff looked at it. Yeah, an
I agree.
addition. So the language in the staff report is a bit confusing. We wouldn't look at it as something separate. As to us, there's no such thing as an attached ADU. It's just an attachment to the single-family residence.
Oh, you had a question too?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess related to that, why not just do an addition to your house, right? Versus a,
I get, I think at the end of the day, that's what we're calling it, an attached ADU. If the ADU is attached, that's what we're saying we need the setback for. That's why we're,
but it's only attached by the breezeway, correct? I mean,
Correct.
you're trying to have a separate rental unit or mother-in-law suite or something like that is what I'm assuming. And if not, you would just have an addition to your house, which means it could be closer to your house and therefore not require a variance, right?
no, there's no room back there. If you pull up the site map,
That's what I'm looking at on my screen.
yeah, you would still, to meet a 15-foot and a 10-foot setback, there's not enough room to build a big enough structure to, really make it worth your while. A 22 by 22 is not a very big garage by any means. And the way the existing house, the existing parameters are kind of set up by the driveway and the location of the house. Everything's kind of pushed back in that corner. And we also have an irregular lot. Most of the lots are rectangular in shape. And that corner of the lot has been clipped off. But there's no other opportunity to attach by any means and maintain setbacks.
Can you talk a little bit more about the use of the ADU or garage or addition or whatever it is?
Sure. So the downstairs would be my personal space, and the upstairs would or could be a rental. We have 2 aging mother-in-laws. I have a daughter that's getting ready to graduate college in 2 years, and it's affordability of housing. I would like her not to have to leave Charleston, so those are kind of my top three reasons.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Jordan?
So did I understand there's termites in the tree?
I don't know if there's termites. I had the staff come out and we looked at the tree. The tree, if we could start the visual aid, I can kind of, the tree and the shed have kind of grown together over the years. I think that the tree probably sprouted in the 80s with the shed, and they've kind of, the tree holds up the shed pushed the tree over, and they're kind of working against one another.
Okay, so does the shed have termites?
Well, it's got holes in it and stuff, yeah. I don't know.
Mr. Foster's over here shaking his head, yes. The
It's
shed has
definitely,
termites.
it's definitely got some major,
So
Yeah.
you'll be not fixing that or knocking it down?
it's going to be removed. It's beyond its salvage value for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I do have a follow-up on really the setback stuff. So when you get through with this piece, which is fine, we can I'll go through it. I want to see the site map again. I'm trying to understand, you're wanting to go from 10-foot rear setback, you're reducing it by 6.5 feet, so down to 3.5. So that's called the rear setback, but by the map I'm looking at, it looks like maybe the 3.5 is on the right side, so I guess that's the rear, but it's kind of turned sideways on this lot line. But then the other one, the other part of the variance is required 5-foot setback is going from 5 to 3.5, and it looks like the shed is on the wrong map.
It's going to be
Proposed.
3.5.
Oh, I see.
3.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at the old current one. What's the square footage of that new building?
It's like 480, something like that.
Square feet?
Yes, sir. Whatever 22 by 22 is, I don't know. It's a 4 and change. It's under 500 for sure.
Okay, I'll have to follow up, I'm sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Anyone else? Anyone else has a question of the applicant? Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony, sir, today.
All right. Thank you.
And I know Mr. Downey will give you your thumb drive back.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Yes. Do we have anyone in support of this application? Do we have anyone that wishes to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition for this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay, very good. I close it to the public. Board members, do we have any questions? Or staff? Any discussion? Mr. Neal, I see you.
I really want to go to the test on what the staff has come back with their recommendations on how it meets all of the tests. I think he said it would, which ones did it may meet, Mr. Downey? I mean, 'cause I'm trying to, I mean, under variance, I'm
So
really
with
trying
the-
to see how we get number 6, because it just looks like it's, look, mother-in-law suites and stuff like that, I'm fine with. I totally get it. But, I mean, that's, the description is the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. He's building a bigger shed than is there. How do we meet that? I mean, I might need a follow-up for the applicant here, but I'm asking staff, where do we stand on this? Is this something that is consistent?
It is consistent. When looking at the proposed addition, because of the size of the lot, a variance was going to be required, more than likely, with any addition that went with the lot, with the setbacks in R4 as they are currently.
But any variance versus this variance are two different things.
Right, so when we were looking at it, we were saying that a variance would be required. This variance, we're saying would be required because of the placement of where it would go, because if it, when we were looking at this, is not another place on the parcel where an addition could go. And then they are not, accessory dwelling units are not allowed in the front in R4. So again, we would be here with some sort of variance.
Okay.
Could he have made it smaller, though?
Yeah, they could have made it smaller, and also that he's asking for two variances, one variance on the rear set line and one on the interior, and one of them could have been, I mean, it didn't have to go all the way to that back area. It could have been smaller. He could have built it instead of 22 by 22. Could have, I mean, I'm not going to redesign it for him. I'm just saying I'm trying to understand why we had to have all the variants. So, I mean, I'm not going to lead on this one, so I'll follow.
Mr. Marchant?
I'm just smiling because I feel the same way. That's why I asked the question earlier. I don't know how we got here, but anyway.
I feel Mr. Jordan over here brewing, too. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman?
That was a fossil. Yes, sir, Mr. Siddell.
I have a question for staff. The existing building, how does it fare with regard to the setbacks required? Is it different than the variance being requested today? Or more than or less than what's being requested by the applicant today?
So the existing building meets the setbacks in the R4 zoning district. Well, it's a legal non-conforming structure. I'm sorry, I thought you were talking about the.
I'm just trying to understand how much additional leeway he's asking over what the existing.
In actuality,
Yeah.
he is actually moving with the proposed addition. He is actually moving the shed closer to his single-family residence than he is to the actual property line.
Okay, that's the clarification I wanted. Thank you.
Good investigation. Anyone else? All right. Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you.
Chairman, I move in the case of BZA, case number 0424000769, that we approve this variance and that it meets all 7 criteria for approval from the BZA. First of all, is the extraordinary and exceptional conditions. The size of the lot is an exceptional condition on this. It meets that criteria. Conditions do not generally apply to the other properties in the vicinity. The shape of this lot is not consistent with other lots, so therefore it meets that condition as well. It doesn't necessarily prohibit or restrict the uses of the property. Again, because of the size of the lot and the shape of the lot, it meets that criteria. The variance will not substantially detriment to adjacent property or public good. There's an existing structure there today, so this additional structure is to be closer to the house than the existing structure from the property lines, so therefore it will not be a detriment to the adjacent property. Number 5, it will not establish a use not permitted in the existing zoning district. It does not and meets that criteria. The variance was not the result of the applicant's actions. He's basically has been trying to use the existing footprint. In fact, even though his current structure is grandfathered in, he actually improves the situation as opposed to the property lines with his neighbors by this new structure than the one that exists today. And finally, that will not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan. It does not. So I move that we approve this variance, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Do I have a second? Yes, sir. Okay, we have a second now.
Yeah, just point of order, the applicant gave us some additional data, and I don't know if we have to receive that and it stayed, because I think he gave the thumb drive back. I want to make sure.
Oh,
So the applicant can email that information to us, and then we can attach it.
Yeah,
to
I'll
the
just make
file.
sure we had it for the record.
Thank you for the clarification.
thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. All right, it's yeah, you sustain, yes, you just walked in. All right, it is unanimous and it carries. Congratulations, sir. Your application has been approved. You will get information from our staff letting you know the next steps in the process within 10 days. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Very good. Our next case is case BZA 04-24-00770. And Mr. Downey will also be taking that for us.
BZA case 04-24-00770. The applicant and property owner Stephanie Skylark is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental extended rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 105 Hickory Street, TMS number 41813000094 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and the properties to the east are located in the low-density R4 zoning district. The property to the south is located in the urban suburban zoning district, and the properties to the northwest, southeast, and southwest are located in the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 1940 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent out 3 bedrooms in the single-family residence and have shown 5 parking spaces on their site plan. The applicant's letter of intent explains, I am requesting the extended home rental permit for a short-term rental for my property. I would love to provide a welcoming, safe, and clean and beautiful home for visitors for Charleston to relax and enjoy their stay. I live within a 10-minute drive of the property and manage it myself. With the money that I've earned, I plan to continue to update the landscaping and upkeep for the home to contribute to the overall neighborhood. So the zoning and land regulation ordinance as it relates to short-term rentals. The subject property. The radius map. An aerial view of the subject property. A zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. Staff did conduct a site visit on the 16th of May. The single-family residence and the proposed parking. Some of the surrounding properties. Hickory Street. The survey of the property, along with the site plan. The tenant notice showing the evacuation routes in case of an emergency, along with the rules and regulations of the house. Along with what day trash is picked up, what day recycling is collected. The plat. So staff believes for this application, all 3 of the criteria may have been met. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 04-24-00770, a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 105 Hickory Street, TMS number 41813000094 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board may modify any of staff's recommended conditions below, including but not limited to restricting the number of days that the short-term rental may be rented. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the short-term rentals property limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year, and the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County Noise Ordinance. Are there any questions?
Yes, sir, Mr. Neal, excuse me.
Mr. Downey, do we have any idea, any other Airbnb type stuff, short-term rentals in this area?
There are a few. I do not have a number, but there are a few. This is also close to La Landra. I can think of, off the top of my head, I believe it's 2 or 3 STRs on La Landra, so there are a few in the neighborhood.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? Very good. Please come to the podium. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell this board why we should approve your application. Yes, you can bend that down. We want to hear you.
Hello, my
Hello.
name's Stephanie Sikora. My address is 1219 Pembroke Drive, Charleston, South Carolina, 29407. I'm born and raised here in Charleston. I went to college in Charleston. I was a business and hospitality major, so this is my dream to own a short-term rental. I do have one in Riverland Terrace that has a limited permit because that was my primary residence. I've now switched to the Pembroke Drive residence, so I still rent that one out. And this one I hope to short-term rent. Yes.
That was short and sweet. Okay. Let's see if any other board member has a question for you. Anyone on my left? Anyone on my right? I saw your hand first, Mr. Marchant. Can we go?
Just my standard questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
So talk to us a little bit about your business model, how you go about renting, vetting your potential clients, your neighbors. Have you met with them? How do they feel, et cetera? Just talk a little bit about that.
Yes, absolutely. And my neighbors are supportive of this. I talked to them over the past few months. Honestly, since I bought the property, I've always told them that this was my intention with the property was to have it be a short-term rental for hopefully this extended permit. My home, the one that I have in Riverland Terrace, I try to have it be a more high-end house, so that way it's very clean, hardwood floors, white linens. I come from working on yachts, so we try to cater to that clientele to honestly make more money, and then it tends to be better clients. People aren't throwing parties. It's better for the neighbors. It's a lot of families that are coming and staying at that other property, so I'm hoping to cater to that same clientele at this property.
Okay. Mr. Tadell, you had a question?
Yes, Mr. Cora, how will this be, will you be managing this yourself?
Yes, sir.
Or are you an agent, you're managing yourself?
Yes, sir. I have a cleaner that I've used for the past 4 years for the other property as well, and she will help me with this one. So it's nice that I can support other local people as well. And the welcome basket, I use Charleston specialty foods, so I try to do as much local support as well. So I'll do like welcome flowers from local florists and things like that, just to give the special low country touch, you know. Want people to have that good Southern experience when they come, you know.
Can you tell me, you said you had spoken with your neighbors. Are you going to provide them with your phone number in case they have a noise or
They
some
have
sort
my
of problem?
phone number already,
They do?
yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Neal?
Clarify, you said you're going to manage it yourself, but you're still using one of the platforms, Airbnb. Which one are you using to market it?
So I have Airbnb and VRBO is what I would plan to use for this property as well.
So you won't have a property manager. You will be the manager yourself.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and the Pembroke Drive where I live is 10 minutes. It's honestly less than that. It's basically across the street.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Mr. Jordan?
So forgive me if this has already been covered, but what would the parking status be?
So there are 5 parking spots on the property. So there's a gravel driveway there where they will be able to park.
Don't have to park
Off
on
the street,
Don't have
correct,
to park
yeah.
in front of the house? On the road?
No, not on the road. No, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Well, we thank you for your testimony today, I should say. You may have a seat. Thank you. Do we have anyone else in support of this application? Do we have anyone else that want to speak in support? Okay. You want to speak in support? I'm just here to support. Oh, okay. You just, okay. Smart. Okay. Do we have anyone to speak in opposition of this application? Do we have anyone that want to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any other questions of staff? Any discussion? Okay. Hearing so, I need a motion to either approve or deny this application. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In this case, BZA 770, I move that the application be granted. And the audience may not know, but we need to set the grounds unless, so that if there were ever a question about what we did, we'd have a full record. This panel knows everything that I'm about to say. The matter's been thoroughly investigated. This is a special exception request to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental, and a low-density residential zoning district. The property is at 105 Hickory Street, I believe, and this is in the St. Andrews area. In general terms, the request is governed by what we have referred to as Zelda Ordinance Chapter 6. Jurisdiction is proper. Notice has been given. The matter's been thoroughly investigated by staff, and staff's to be commended for the thorough and professional manner in which they've handled this case, as they've done in all the cases that I've been involved in. Again, you're to be commended. Article 6.8 and 6.8.2 govern this matter. There are three criteria that we have to assess. I would find and conclude that all of those have been met by clear and convincing evidence. First of all, I would incorporate by reference the responses that have been given as my own under 6.8.2C, 1, and then 2 and 3. The request is compatible with the existing uses in the community. They're not asking that anything unusual or untoward be done. This does not appear to conflict with the general welfare or the character of the community, which is important. It's consistent with what's being done. The marketing appears to be very well focused, considered, and well thought out. Number 2, an adequate provision has been made for setbacks, buffering, parking, and such. Again, the applicant has thoroughly provided for usage and lives nearby and has contacts and is a vested part of the community, which is persuasive. Number 3, in compliance with the law, the applicant is currently in the short-term rental process, in the plan review process. Pursuant to Article 3.6, I would move that this application be granted, provided that the applicant shall agree to comply with the 4 recommendations that are made by staff, which are of record. And I can see the applicant nodding that she agrees. So that would be my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that's been properly moved and second by Mr. Jordan. Any question? Discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Aye. Is that unanimous? Yes, it was. It does carry. Thank you. Congratulations, your application has been approved. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations. All right. Our next case, we're moving along quite well, is case BZA 04-24-00771.
I like to see that young people work.
And Mr. Downey is doing that one for us.
Equity, right? Yeah. Money for the next house.
All right, so BZA case 04-24-00771. The applicant and property owner, and for the sake of embarrassment, I'm going to just say the Patels, is requesting a special exception for a sale of alcohol beverages retail liquor store in the community commercial zoning district at 10053B Highway 78, TMS number 38806000302 in the north area of Charleston County. The subject property and adjacent properties to the east, southeast, and west are located in the community commercial zoning district. Adjacent properties to the south and southwest are located in the low-density R4 zoning district, and the property to the north, northeast, and northwest are located within Berkeley County's jurisdiction. The subject property contains a 0.4 acre subject property contains a convenience store, and the proposed retail liquor store will be in Unit B adjacent to the existing convenience store. So that is the subject property. The radius map. And for the sale of alcohol, the radius map is not 300 feet, but yet 500 feet. If it's in a residential, near a residential area. That is an aerial view of the subject property. A zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. So staff conducted its site visit on the 16th of May. Some of the pictures of the subject property. More pictures of the subject property. Highway 78. And this sits on the corner of Highway 78 and Berrywood Drive.
I think so.
The site plan,
Big sign, too.
the floor plan of the existing convenience store and liquor store, the plat. So for this application criteria, staff believes that criteria 1 may have been met. It may meet criteria 2. It meets criteria 3. It also meets criteria 4 and 5. It may meet criteria 6 and may meet criteria 6. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with condition, or deny BZA case 04-24-00771, a special exception for the sale of alcoholic beverages retail liquor store in the Community Commercial Zoning District at 10053B Highway 78, TMS number 388-06-00302 in the St. Andrews area, in the north area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendation by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall meet all requirements of the state of South Carolina alcohol beverage sale and provide proof of state approval to zoning and planning staff prior to zoning permit approval to establish the proposed business. Are there any questions?
Mr. Neal?
A host of questions here just to educate me on special exceptions. I haven't done a lot of these. Mr. Downey, the special exception in here is mainly because if it's a liquor store? Is it treated like a gas station, or is it because it's a liquor store operation?
So liquor stores within the community commercial zoning district are allowed by right. However, if it's within 500 feet of a residential parcel, then needs to get a special exception.
Can you tell me the distance that it is?
So if you go back to the zoning map, yes, it's a special exception. I'm sorry. Even in the community commercial zoning district, BZA secretary just reminded me. But yes, in the community commercial zoning district, it is allowed.
Residential, right?
So all of the yellow is residential properties.
Okay, so that was my first question. So zoning is allowed,
Oh, yeah. I know
but
that
it
name.
still has to come through a special section, just like a gas station or anything like that.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. So my next question is, are there any things with this being commercial and a liquor store, are there any requirements for privacy fencing or anything? Because it is on a corner, and obviously it says it's not, in your report, it says it's not going to obstruct any cars, but I'm more concerned about a liquor store on the corner and people walking, and, I mean, this is an entrance to a residential neighborhood. But there's nothing that, I mean, we could put stuff in, but there's nothing that's required by the county. And then it's an old seafood store, so a liquor store, that doesn't, we're not changing zoning. So the current zoning is commercial community
Community commercial, correct.
because of that. Okay, I'll follow up after the applicant then. Thank you.
Any more questions on my right? Mr. Neal? Marchant, excuse me.
I'm
Go ahead,
marching.
Mr.
He's in.
I
I'm just
know.
kidding.
I was getting ready to ask him, was he finished? But yes.
Mr. Downey, can you help us with context a little bit? In looking, and I'm sorry I didn't have a chance to look at the surrounding property prior to the meeting, but in looking at the aerial, we've got sort of woods to the north, or a wooded lots to the north. Clearly, there's residential kind of to the west or south. What's going on across the street kind of on this block, or even maybe further up up 78? I mean, do you know the types of uses or?
So along Highway 78, I know there are commercial uses. All up and down this corridor are almost all commercial uses. I'm not sure of what the uses are with the properties across the street because these are within the Berkeley County jurisdiction. And when conducting the site visit, I didn't. I'm just not remembering what those uses are off the top of my head right now. But I know there are commercial uses up and down Highway 78. But to the rear of the property, all this back here are residential properties.
The photograph shows the inside, I'll get you this, has liquor on shelves. So is this an after-the-fact variance request? Are they already selling liquor in this location? Is that?
So the applicant is in the site plan review process. Well, they're not in the site plan review process. However, when conducting the site visit, I did ask if they were already operating, and the applicant informed me that they were.
So they're selling, and how long? We can ask the applicant.
That would be a question for the
All
applicant.
right, thank you.
All right, I saw your hand, but let me come to Mr. Jordan first.
Question.
Oh, okay. Mr. Jordan?
What's the name of that neighborhood close by?
That is the Woodside neighborhood.
Right. Okay, well, I know that neighborhood very well. I used to serve papers in there when I was a constable. But Mr. Marcher, to answer your question, there's plenty of neighborhoods all up and down that road behind that commercial. There's even a town called Lincolnville there. So there are many people that live there. Also, have y'all received any contact by phone or letters opposing this from anybody?
We've had 3 letters of opposition that were submitted before the deadline on Friday.
And were they anybody that lives close to that area?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Mr. Williams?
You mentioned something about 500 feet. Were you saying that it has to be beyond 500 feet from houses, or?
So I was incorrect in my statement earlier. I was corrected by the BZA secretary. However, for a special exception for the sale of alcoholic beverages on a particular site, by a special exception, the radius map is 500 feet and not 300 feet as it normally is. So normally our notifications are 300 feet of notification for any parcel, for any special exception or variance. However, the sale of alcohol is 500 feet.
Do you know how many feet it is from the properties, the residential properties? Exactly.
Again, looking at the zoning map, all of the ones in yellow are residential properties. And if you were to go back to the...
It's touching.
It's touching. All of the properties from here on are residential.
My last question, the convenience store, are they allowed to sell liquor currently, or just beer?
They do not have the special exception of the sale of alcohol currently.
The convenience store does not currently sell alcohol? Is that what you're saying?
They're not supposed to be.
Not supposed to be. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Neal?
Liquor in a liquor store.
Correct.
You hear that? However, you could sell beer or wine.
Yes,
In a-
in a convenience store.
25% receipts
25%.
at a convenience store. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Neal, you had a question?
No, I'll save mine for the...
Mr. Nelson, you had a question? Okay. Let's bring the applicant up. If is the applicant present? Okay. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application.
Okay, good evening. My name is Arthur Maybank. I'm with Architectural Design Built LLC, representing the applicant, Mr. Patel. The proposed application is regarding a convenience store that's located, I would say, at the gateway of a residential neighborhood. The convenience store has sold alcohol over the past 15 years without any type of incident. We're aware of the objections that were made, the 3 objections, and to be honest, those objections, none of them targeted directly the store or the applicant. It talked about too much police visitation of the area, not to the store, okay? And at the same time, the applicant has realized the position that they're in at the gateway of the community in terms of trying to provide some solutions that would answer some of the objections for those neighbors that were located close by or contiguous to this property. As it exists today, the rear of the property does not have a privacy 10-foot fence. I think there's a 4-foot chain link fence that's there. And on the Berrywood side, there doesn't exist any type of fencing at all to the rear of the building. The applicant is willing to participate in making a buffer between their business and the neighborhood, and also helping to assisting along Berrywood to do a little more aggressive landscaping. This is actually an application asking for the reestablishment of an existing commercial space. There's no increase in the size of the building. The modifications are all internal, and if there are any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them. I do have a petition of almost 100 residents and people from that area who are in support of the application.
Mr. Dowd, would you get that, please? So, are you willing to present that to us for us to keep?
Yes,
for
that's
evidence?
the original copies.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hold on. So we'll just distribute that along the body here. Mr. Neal, you have a question?
I sure do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Couple things. So I just want to, since we saw some pictures and a couple of the other commissioners brought it up, what's operating there right now? So it's not the seafood place. That's gone out of business.
Right.
There's a convenience store that you're operating there now?
Well, I'm just an agent for the applicant, but
No problem.
the
So-
convenience store has been operating there, and that's what's there now.
And how long has the convenience store been operating there?
To my knowledge, for 15 years selling alcohol.
So they've been selling alcohol and beer there?
Beer and wine? I think there's a
Or
distinction.
alcohol?
Yeah.
Beer and wine or alcohol or both?
Beer and wine, as I understand it.
There's no liquor?
No liquor, no.
Okay.
The request is to reestablish the old seafood area, which is almost half of this building, which makes the building in itself a peculiar piece of property to be a convenience store with two spaces.
So the pictures are not having any liquor in the pictures that were submitted? Are you aware or not aware, or?
The liquor that was in the pictures would be what I would call what the dreams of the applicant would like to do
Ms. Working,
in
pull
terms
that
of
up.
setting it up, to show the officials the size and the scope of the operation they would like to have.
So you're saying that's not being sold right now?
No, there's no alcohol of whiskey or nothing like that.
So that's not a picture of your store?
There is a picture of the store.
So that picture is a picture of the store currently?
Currently.
Or at that time when that picture was taken?
Right. I would just like to say, not being a man of means myself, sometimes if a client has the opportunity, they would try to stop the space they want to do before blueprints in a way to show what they're illustrating the size of the liquor store and what they would be offering. If
Okay.
this store would operate under South Carolina laws, it would be closed before 7 o'clock. And,
You say you are, because you have a liquor license now, or?
No, they're in the process of getting it if we get this approval.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm
sorry.
sorry. One person speak at a time.
Yes. Thank you.
So my other questions are about if you were to have, if there was some type of approval here tonight, I'm hoping that you'll do more than just participate in some type of building, something around the structure. I think I'd like to hear somebody, and it doesn't have to be you, sir, it can be somebody else that's going to give us more testimony.
Okay.
I'm looking for some type of buffer, more than a few landscape bushes around this building, because residential is neighboring right here. So hopefully somebody will come up and give us some type of plan there.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about the other, if there is liquor being sold here or not, but that's not our regulatory, so that's up to the state of South Carolina. But that's where I am right now, sir. Thank you.
All right. Well, I don't believe the liquor being sold is an issue. Okay? It was just a presentation of trying to identify how they would like to use the space.
All right, I'm going to come back to this side. Mr. Jordan?
So did you say that is or is not a picture of the current store?
It is a picture of the current store conditions. We have two separate areas. The application is to reestablish a liquor store in the space that used to be the seafood place. Where you
so-
see the liquor store is the setup of how they would like it to be if it's approved.
Well, I
There's no
can't,
liquor being sold.
I can't tell from here. Is there any liquor on that shelf there or
There's
whiskey?
real liquor on there.
So you're selling it then?
No, sir. It's just a mock-up. I mean, I couldn't even afford to have a room that make it look like a liquor store that's not approved. But in the interest of trying to do the right thing to show how it could be
Now,
from
it
its
could.
seafood.
Okay, that's what I
Yeah,
want to hear.
that's all that represents. But it's a very expensive way to do it. But,
All right, Mr. Marchant.
Then it's makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a storage room we're looking at.
right. And
Thank
if you
you.
were to go to our floor plans that we provide.
No, that's okay. My question is about the surrounding properties, and while all this was happening, I was able to pull up a Google map, which was helpful, but have you had a chance, or the applicant had a chance to speak with not just the residential neighbors, but some of the commercial neighbors? There's a church, there's a U-Haul dealership, looks like a Ditch Witch, there's a couple car dealers. Just kind of curious about neighboring businesses and their feeling of having this new store in the neighborhood.
They're in support, from what I understand. It may be on the petition, some of those people.
Okay, any other questions to my left?
Yeah, I got one.
Mr. Jordan?
I noticed some of your petitions, particularly one lives in Ridgeville, another in Somerville, another Hanahan.
Greater community?
That's what I'm looking at. I'm seeing it. Hanahan, why are they on the petition? Why aren't Ridgeville on the petition?
People that work in one place use a place closer to where they work. I mean, that's where they live.
This thing smells so bad.
They don't live in that neighborhood, do they?
No, they don't live in the neighborhood, but they obviously work in the neighborhood.
So in other words, what you're saying is to be out of people that don't live there to buy liquor in their neighborhood.
No, I'm not saying that. This is still a convenience store that,
Yes, sir.
still a convenience store, sir, that provide the convenience for those people that will want those type of services.
From other parts of the area.
Not only from other parts of the area, but if we were to look at the application, it would be more people that are from that area than from other parts of the area. But most of the support comes from people that support the store now and for the past 15 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, on my right, any questions? Okay. Okay, you sat down. All right, well, thank you for your, no, that's fine. Thank you for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone else that like to speak in support of this application? Yes, ma'am.
She hasn't been sworn in.
Ramsey?
Oh, okay, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Thank you.
Your name
Artiga Ramsey.
and your address?
The address I'm representing is 10.
Your address,
4138 Rivers Avenue,
Rivers Avenue. Thank
North
you.
Charleston.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I am one of the agents that work for the office that helped Ms. Patel with the ABL application from Columbia. The SLED agent did post in their window that they were able to have anyone who wanted to sign the petition to, at that level, at ABL level, to stop the process of them approving their ABL license. But there was no one to stop them, there was no protest, and ABL did approve them to have that license. So at this point, the ABL from Columbia has approved, and we're looking for the approval for the business license at this level.
Okay. All right. Mr. Nelson, you had a question?
Mr. Neal.
Neal.
Yeah, it's okay.
Sorry.
I just want she's saying, she's quoting about licenses. I would like for her to be specific. Is this a beer and wine license, or is this a liquor
Alcohol.
license?
Yes, sir, a liquor license.
Liquor license.
Liquor license.
So it's liquor, so you're going to be able to sell retail liquor?
According to the ABL application that we were approved for, at that level, we already are approved for selling alcohol.
Yeah, people are more specific for me, because there are licenses for beer, and there are beer and wine, and there are
ABL license, alcohol beverage license.
not accurate. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Did you have one? Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, this is a red dot store. Keeps going off. So we would need a copy of their license. That's one of the conditions. Even if you guys grant it without a condition, we still need that license, the copy of the license, state license. But they can't open without your approval. So,
Mr. Tozale?
I don't know if the applicant represent, one of you could come
Where did
back
she
and
go?
answer a question
No, no.
for me.
You need the applicant or you need that young lady? Well, where did she go?
She's right there.
Oh, okay, you hiding behind the podium. I couldn't see you there. All right, you have a question?
Yes.
We have a question.
My question is about the operation hours and so forth. With the additional ability to sell liquor, is there going to be any change in the operating hours of this store or days of the week that it'll operate from its current use today?
Yes.
That would affect the neighborhood?
Well, the state of South Carolina requires that all liquor stores be closed by 7 p.m., state law. So we definitely intend to close the liquor portion of the store by 7 o'clock.
Okay. But currently, the convenience store, what are the hours of that store today?
6 7 a.m. to 10 p.m.
7 to 10, is that 7 days a week?
Yes, the convenience store would be 7, and the liquor store would be closed on Sunday.
Okay. But it would be open till 7 p.m. from, what, 10 or 9 in the morning
Yes.
till 7 p.m.?
Roughly around 10 a.m.
6 days a week, Monday
Yes.
through Saturday? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Truslow?
Thank you for coming, ma'am. I
Thank
had
you.
one simple question. Do you have a copy of the license or the approval from the state to allow you to sell alcoholic beverages? Do you have that here so we may?
We have it in a form on a cell phone as a picture. I could email it to the departments that would need to get it.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a maybe yes.
Well, everything that they're saying should be true, complete, and accurate. If she does not say anything that's true and is false, then she's in contempt of court. So I don't think she'd want to do that. Would you?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Do we have any other questions on my left? Thank you so very much for your
Thank you.
testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you, gentlemen.
Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in support? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. Thank you. This application is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any other questions for staff?
I do.
I saw your hand first, Mr. Truesdale.
Thank you. I have a question for staff, or a series of questions. On your inspection, did the side of the subject property where alcohol is being displayed, was it dark? Was it lit? Did it appear open to the public? Did it appear staffed? Was a cash register there?
Mr. Truslow, I apologize. As you know, I try not to say much, but I think if you want to ask the applicant if they are currently selling alcohol.
No, I was asking staff if it appeared to.
So during the site visit, when I went in, no one was on the side of the liquor store. It was, I believe it was about 10 that morning. So no one was on the side of the liquor store. And I did ask them if they were selling liquor, and they said yes. So, but no one was on that side when I arrived.
Was it lit? In this photograph, you can see it's lit. When you came, were the lights already on?
No, sir. No one was on that side at that time.
Mr. Downey, Mr. Truslow.
Okay.
Let me stop right here. What was the name of that young lady that just spoke?
Ms. Ramsey.
Would you please approach the podium? So I'm going to open this back up.
Great idea.
The question is, are you selling alcohol currently?
But
Liquor.
she is not,
We are not currently selling liquor, but I do have the approval license from ABL Department out of Columbia, South Carolina.
Please show that to Mr. Downey, please, and verify that.
Email it.
she can email it to me and I'll forward it to you.
Okay. Thank you. We won't take your phone, I promise you.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
That was just a question brewing up here. So I wanted to eliminate that from the start.
Thank you.
31, 24. You show them. I mean, you can.
Well, won't you just tell your findings, if you don't mind?
Yeah, well, I'm going to get to see it.
Okay.
If you'd let me ask her a question since you opened it back up. It's clarifying this issue too.
Very good.
So I don't know all the rules of red dot stores, and we're not up here to understand that portion of it, but I think it'll help us in a bigger context. Will this store sell both liquor and beer? So you're getting a beer and wine license, you're getting a liquor license, so you'll sell both of those, but you're going to you're going to close one area down when you stop selling liquor to adhere to the laws and rules and regulations?
So the convenience store is already approved to sell beer and wine. It has been, and we're adding an addition, hopefully approved by this council, to obtain a business license that we have obtained all the other licenses.
So thank you for that clarification. So we might want to pull up the site plan here. So then you're having basically a separate structure or a closed off area that is just for the liquor, because you can't sell liquor next to beer. It's got to be in an isolated
That
area,
is
correct?
Did you need to
totally
see that?
Separate. If you go back to the floor plan.
Yeah, I'd love to see the
Yeah,
floor plan.
the
And
floor-
while you address that, I'm sorry for interrupting, while you address that, will you clearly state that you're not what you're selling right now, you're not selling any liquor in the convenience store at the present moment?
In the convenience store, it is convenience store items with beer and wine to be sold. That is up and running, and we're asking council to approve the sale of the alcohol in a separate section of the building. So if you look at where the seafood market was, we have separated.
I hate to interrupt. On the left-hand side, when staff conducted its site visit, this is the convenience store that is currently operating. This is the separate side that I had to go into, which is the liquor store. And this is what the pictures are being shown at.
And where's the parking lot and where's the street?
Parking lot is here, is the parking lot. These are the steps to get up into the structure. So this is the side of the convenience store that is operating. This is where the liquor store.
That's why I'm fixing to clarify.
Where is the neighborhood on this map?
On this map, the neighborhood is back here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You have to enter into two different doors
I will.
to get into two separate sides.
You see how I speak?
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you.
for your testimony.
I had one.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, hold on, come on back, please.
Yeah. Ma'am, I just wanted to put a cap on this so we can put it all
Yes, sir.
behind
No-
us. You're-
no worries.
Am I correct? You're telling us under oath that in the last 90 days, no alcohol whatsoever has been sold at this location. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, sir. This is one more question. I'm trying to understand the potential change and impact on the surrounding community. So, and I'm not familiar with the difference between the license to sell beer and wine and alcohol. So for the beer and wine sales, is it available 7 to 10?
The convenience store.
Many hours as the convenience store, or is it different from
No,
operating?
the alcohol store would have different hours from the convenience store.
Yes, but currently you sell beer and wine.
In the
And is that available from 7 in the morning till 10 at night during the entire
Yes.
operating hours?
Yes,
Okay,
convenience store.
so the community is already experiencing beer and wine sales from 7 in the morning till 10 in the evening?
Correct.
7 days a week?
Over 15 years.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You got 30 seconds.
You got another one down here, too.
Oh, gosh.
But just confirm that this is similar to a Total Wine setup where you've got a beer and wine on
Correct.
one side and you have the liquor store on the other side. Is that
Absolutely.
correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
Thank you.
You're
Mis-
welcome.
Mr. Jordan?
So this is for staff. The suggestions that the gentleman made about improvements, is that just suggestions, or is that going to be part of it if it's approved?
If the board decides, the board can add any conditions to this application. So I heard the concern of buffering, such as a fence. So prior to the, staff would recommend, prior to the approval, a fence shall be installed for buffering with the surrounding neighborhood, something along those lines, to make it clean and cut, exactly what we're going to do as a condition for this application.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have any more questions of staff? Because we closed this one already, okay? Any other discussion? Mr. Williams?
I'll be for adding that possible buffering in the side and back. That would be something I'd be for.
Okay, so you'll be making a motion tonight.
But anybody else?
Any other discussion?
I'm ready to make a motion a different way, probably, and see if I get a second. But I'll wait.
Mr. Williams, you have my attention.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, you have my attention. You going to make a motion?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
If you recognize
you
me,
have my
Mr. Chair, I'll move forward.
Please, sir.
In the matter case BZA 0424000771, I make a motion to deny the special exception. I don't know if I'll get a second or not, but I make a motion to deny based on, I don't believe it meets criteria number 2, which is it's incompatible. Is it compatible with the existing areas in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or the character of the immediate community? Liquor stores should be 500 feet away. This is putting it in the backyard. They didn't really come in with a plan to say what they're going to do and buffer. They're just saying they'll do it to get to it. And I think we've all seen some questions about what's going on out there. So to me, to approve a special exception, you got to have everything buttoned down, and I don't believe it is here. But I'd be open to somebody delaying or coming back with another plan. That's where I stand right now. Thank you.
The motion's been seconded.
Okay, so the motion has been seconded. Any discussion?
I would just add, Mr. Neal, I think your assessment of the 500 feet is actually incorrect because that's a notification requirement and not a requirement that the liquor store be 500 feet from any resident. I'm in support of the motion, so I'll likely vote against your motion.
So as well as I. Okay.
And if
Yes.
we're still in discussion of
Yes,
this
we
motion, the reason I asked the question of the applicant's representative was to ascertain what the impact on the community is. And if that community is already experiencing beer and wine sales 7 days a week, 7 in the morning till 10 at night, I'm not sure the addition of a liquor store that maintains ABA regulations and closes at 7 p.m. will impact the community any much from what it is today. It would be my view, and I would be voting against this motion.
So would I. Okay.
Mr. Seidel, I would add to that maybe participation in a community watch program would address the couple of concerns that we did receive from some of the neighbors.
That sounds like a good idea to me.
Any more discussion? All right, so we have a motion on the floor that's been properly moved and seconded. All those in favor of denying this case BZA 0424000771, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. So it's 3. Any opposed? It fails. Do I have another motion to approve?
Mr. Chair, in the matter of BZA 0424000771, I would like to make a motion that we approve this request for a special exception. In doing so, I find that it meets all of the criterion. That for criterion 1, it is consistent with the recommendations contained in the comprehensive plan, and the character of the underlying zoning district is consistent with the character of the underlying zoning district, as the Applicant states this is an existing building and they're proposing to reuse a space within a building in which beer and liquor has been sold for many years now. For criterion 2 is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. Again, the fact that they've sold beer and wine in an adjacent space for many years, I believe, is why we're consistent with criterion 2. For criterion 3, that adequate provisions have been made for setbacks, buffering to protect adjacent properties from possible adverse influence of the proposed use, such as noise, vibration, dust, glare, odor, and traffic congestions. The applicant has stated they'd be willing to add some buffering to the roadway to further enhance the or maybe decrease the visibility of the store to the entrance to the neighborhood, and we may add that as a special condition as we come to the end of this motion. For criterion 4, that where applicable, it will be developed in a way that preserves and incorporates any important natural features. We meet that criterion. For criterion 5, it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance, including but not limited to any use conditions, zoning district standards, or site plan review requirements of this ordinance. We meet that criterion, and the applicant has actually provided evidence that they've received their ABL for the site. And for criterion 6, that vehicular traffic and pedestrian movement on adjacent roads shall not be hindered or endangered. I believe the fact that a store has operated at this location for 15 years with similar services that has not endangered vehicular traffic would show that we meet that criterion. In making this motion, I would propose staff's criteria, special condition, I believe that's, yep, that the applicant shall meet all requirements of the state of South Carolina for alcoholic beverage sales and provide proof of state approval to zoning planning staff prior to zoning permit approval to establish the proposed business. And 2, that the applicant provide a plan for a buffer along, is it Berry Hill Road? Is that correct? Berry Wood Road. And I'm not going to put any conditions around what that buffer looks like, but just that they provide an adequate buffer and a screen along the backside of the property. Go ahead.
Mr. Joshua Dowling.
I'm not sure if the motion would be, well, if staff has would you be able to recommend in, say, around residential?
On the residential side?
On the residential sides. Because
adjacent to residential properties?
Privacy fence.
Where Berrywood is, part of Berrywood is along a commercial side, and part of it is along a residential side. And if we were to say all residential properties, it would be a little clean cut for staff.
Okay, so along all residential properties.
Thank you, sir.
Privacy fence?
So we have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Mr. Marchant with the second. Discussion.
I was just questioning, you mentioned neighborhood watch, Brian, something. Would you be willing to amend this and add that requirement that they participate in that?
I don't know if I would add that one as a special condition because it would be very hard to enforce. I think I just said that more as a suggestion to the applicant that they participate in the program to alleviate any neighborhood concerns.
I see. Okay.
I was going to comment that I'm sympathetic with the concerns of the neighbors, and they're to be commended. Likewise, I feel the same way for my colleagues that have expressed concerns about what was being done. Nonetheless, I intend to vote in favor of the motion. The criteria appear to be met by law, and I'm not allowed to substitute my personal feelings or judgment and replace what the law says. So I feel compelled to support this motion for those reasons.
Mr. Neal?
Yeah, I just have ask a clarification on the motion. 2 things. One, are you asking for a landscape plan that staff can approve for Berrywood side? Is that the street?
That's why the staff recommended all residential.
So my question is, are you doing a landscape plan for the street commercial side and then a privacy fence for the residential, or just the privacy fence, or what exactly is your? intent?
Based upon the conversation with Mr. Downey, my suggestion was just, or coming back to just residential.
So you don't need anything on the street side? Is there any, or anything on lighting or anything like that?
No.
Okay, just asking.
Mr. Marchant.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, if you could pull up the site aerial, perhaps we could put a little more definition around this. If the
What about the other
motion
one?
might be modified, but no, you were right there. Go back, right there. The curb cut off of Berrywood. See the curb cut? Everything towards the residential side. That's where your buffer could be, and along the backside, and then that's it. If that makes sense.
That's residential, isn't it?
I'm just trying to clarify because there's not clarity here. So.
Okay, so you saying on Berrywood,
It's not on Berrywood.
Where the curb cut is on Berrywood Drive,
right there.
towards the neighbors, all that should be buffered, is my recommendation. And alongside, correct.
Correct.
Well, no. Go up on Berrywood. Start where the R is, go up. Yeah, stop right there. That's the curb cut. That should be a buffer and alongside the backside. That way you're buffering all the residential areas.
I can concur with that.
Thank you.
Did everyone see that?
We will amend the motion accordingly if Mr. Seidel will, or Mr. Marchant, you will.
And I will second that. Thank you.
We're in agreement? We're in an accord? We have an accord? Okay. All those in favor, please indicate.
No problem.
We need visual aid every now and again. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. All those opposed? It carries. Thank you. So within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Once again, congratulations and good night.
All right, you got to sign off.
Yeah, I'm just going to introduce the next one.
Yeah, for Tuesday. Which is fine.
Very good. Our next case is BZA 04-24-00772. And once again, Mr. Joshua Downing will be administering this case for us. And during the administration, I will step out, and Mr. Nelson will be taking over the chairmanship of this board. Okay?
We'll treat him nice.
Please do. Don't give him a hard time now. He's not going to be as nice as I am. Go ahead.
All right, BZA case 04-24-00772. The applicant property owner James Duggan of AMDG 17N LP, represented by Kyle A. Taylor PE of Taylor Consulting Group LLC, are requesting a variance to reduce/eliminate the 8-foot perimeter landscape area required along the property line adjacent to TMS number 578-000028, and to eliminate the 15-foot landscape right-of-way buffer required along the ingress-egress easement for the existing proposed parking at 2521 Highway 17 North, TMS 58014000031 in the east area of Charleston County. The 1.98 subject property and adjacent properties to the north is located in the Mount Pleasant Overlay Village Commercial Area from Isle of Palms connector to Hamlin Road zoning district in the Sweetgrass Basket Stand Special Consideration Area. Surrounding properties to the south and east are located in the Mount Pleasant Overlay Residential Area zoning district. The project is currently in the site plan review process ZSPR 06-23-00903. The applicant is proposing to construct a two 4,500 square foot office buildings. The applicant's letter of intent states the proposed request a waive/eliminate the 15-foot landscape buffer along the side of an existing 20-foot wide access easement, which consolidates with a drive aisle existing through an existing and proposed surface parking area. All right. So here are the areas of the ordinance in which we are dealing with tonight with the landscape and the right-of-way buffers. Here is the Mount Pleasant Overlay Zoning District map. Here's the Sweetgrass Basket Stand Special Consideration Area. Here is the subject property. The radius map. The aerial view of the subject property. A zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. So staff did conduct its site visit on the 16th of May. The subject property. Highway 17 North. And the site plan showing the drive aisles and the two proposed 4,500 square foot office buildings. So here's the access easement buffer exhibit and the perimeter buffer exhibit, the plat of the property. So as far as the criteria and conditions are concerned, staff believes that it may meet criteria 1, 2, 3, 4. It meets criteria 5, and it may meet criteria 6 and 7. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 04-24-00772, a variance request to reduce/eliminate the 8-foot perimeter landscape area required along the property line adjacent to TMS number 578-0000-028, and to eliminate the 15-foot landscape right-of-way buffer along the ingress-egress easement for the existing proposed parking at 2521 Highway 17 North, TMS number 58014000031 in the east area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process, and prior to permit approval, the applicant shall obtain a certificate of occupancy, a certificate of historic appropriateness from the Charleston County Historic Preservation Commission. Any questions?
Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's talk parking here. It looks like to me that the reason that we're here for a variance, and I'll say this for the applicant too, but is because we're building 2 office buildings instead of 1, and they need the parking. So how much parking is needed in addition to what they already have to accommodate these 2 buildings?
For that question,
if it was 1 building?
For that question, Mr. Neal, I will yield to Ms. Sally Brooks.
Okay.
Let me pull up the plans, but yeah, they're just kind of continuing the parking that, like the existing building in the front that just kind of like lines the side of the building. The property was 1 piece of property, and it has in the past couple of years been subdivided, and they extended a easement up the side of the property to create those lots in the back. So it's kind of created this situation where if they were to try to build it to compliance, they would have to kind of create a buffer along that easement and have like a driveway where you would pull into like a parking lot instead of just directly on the backing in and out from the easement. But
Driven because of the office building has to have so many parking spots.
yeah, they are required to have for like office use. I think it's 1 per 300 square feet. 1 parking space per 300 square feet of floor area. So it could also be sort of difficult to kind of lay that out in a way where, you know, to create a separate parking lot sort of off of the existing parking lot. But yeah. I can look up in the site plan, though, to, yeah,
Applicant,
see
that's
the
where I'm
parking
headed with
counts.
this. Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This also may be for Ms. Brooks, but I mean, essentially, if you did a two-story building, you could probably accommodate the 33 spaces required by zoning. I mean, one could argue that, correct? Or are we limited by height here?
No.
We're not limited by height. Is that what you're asking? Are you telling me that? Or are you?
I'm sorry, go ahead. No, I wouldn't first.
Well, so that's my first question is, could we still have the same buildable area of roughly 9,000 square feet and accommodate the parking? Was that explored by the applicant at all, or these are always one-story buildings?
That would be a question definitely for the applicant, whether they would want to do a two-story instead of a one-story and then have that extra floor space or ground space for the parking. I'm not familiar with their thinking on that, so.
And then the second question relates to the property just to the, I think it's west, but it could be north. The existing building that's currently on the site adjacent has the parking running along the property line, as Ms. Brooks noted. And the applicant's just extending the same parking scheme all the way through, which starts to make some logical sense. The question I have is the neighbors, I guess is the Royal Tax Act number 57800000028. What is planned there? It looks like there's nothing there currently. What are their feelings about this? Because at the end of the day, that's the purpose of the buffer, right? So do you have any insight on that?
Yeah, that's a church parking. I believe the church owns that area. And for a little while, they were sharing some parking when it was the previous use of the front building was with the farmer's market use. I don't think they are allowing that shared parking anymore. And the current building is, I believe, a furniture store sort of thing, retail sales.
So the property to the
north.
I'm calling it Plan North.
Yes.
I don't know if it's north. Yeah, it is north also.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. That's just overflow. That's parking for the church.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Let's get the applicant up. Is the applicant present? Thank you so very much. Please state your name and address for the record. You have a visual aid for us.
I do, but only if it's helpful. If you guys have it in front of you, then it's simply the same materials that you have in front of you.
Did you swear in?
I did.
Okay, you did swear in.
I did.
Thank you, sir. Please state your name and address for us.
Sure. Kyle Taylor, civil engineer for the property owner. I'm with Taylor Consulting Group, 295 Seven Farms Drive, Unit C133.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. Thank you to staff for your review to date. Asking for your approval for these two landscape buffer requests for the site plan for this variance. I can take them one at a time, and maybe I can dovetail off of the questions. For the access easement request, there's a 20-foot access easement that runs through the property. And like staff reported for their presentation, the property is approximately 2 acres. The front 1 acre is developed, and so the two new office buildings are proposed on the back 1 acre. It's a commercial site, so the access easement extends through the property and primarily serves access to 4 residential undeveloped lots to the rear of this property, which isn't the subject of this application, but that's primarily the purpose of the access easement, is running through the property. And it runs through the vehicular access aisle, so it's somewhat akin to a shopping center, if you will, where you may have a drive aisle, which in fact has a legal access easement running through it to provide access to perhaps adjacent properties. So as Ms. Brooks responded to, it would be extremely difficult, and I would say not feasible, to have a separate parking lot for this property because of the site dimensions. As you can see, we're a little bit tight as the property was laid out. It's somewhat of an old historic property. The property has been a commercial property and was subdivided for many decades, so a property line was shifted. So It wasn't entirely carved out in recent years. It's been, as you know, it's Boone Hall. It's formerly Boone Hall Farms Market at the front of the property. So that's what's going on with the access easement. It runs through the property, and so having separate vehicular parking areas is not feasible. And happy to present toward the exhibit if that's helpful. But effectively, the 15-foot buffer along the access easement on the north and south would eliminate the ability to do any parking. Would be my response. So that's the request, to eliminate the 15-foot buffer on both sides of that access easement. And again, the buffer requirements on the right-of-way are being met, and all other landscape requirements, buffer and just general interior landscape requirements are being met. So we are asking for your approval for the variance for the access easement 15-foot buffer requirement. So that's the access easement. For the 8-foot vehicular perimeter buffer, that, as the exhibit showed, and if it's helpful, we could pull it up, but it's being requested for the northern property line. As you saw, the existing developed area is currently there, and based on how it was laid out and the property, there's essentially 1 foot, give or take, from where the vehicular parking area is to the existing property line. So you kind of have two situations. Number one, the existing area, which would be not feasible to cut into the existing parking area. It doesn't allow for an adequate vehicular drive area. And then extending the parking program, we fall into the same situation. We are providing landscaping along that northern property line within the few feet that we do have, and the owner has shown willingness to provide a screen fence as well where we can, as shown on the site plan. I believe we show it for the new improved area. So the owner has shown willingness to provide a screen fence to help reduce any impacts to that northern adjacent neighbor. That area is not developed adjacent to us, but nonetheless, there is a willingness to add a screen fence to assist, and that's shown on the exhibit as well. So those are the two requests. I'm happy to answer any questions and asking for your approval here tonight, and also state the two conditions that staff mentioned as recommendations. The owner, if approved tonight, the owner's willing to accept those. The site plan is in the red zone, maybe just about at the end zone mark. We've gone through site plan approval, several approval steps, so we're toward the end on that process, and we are currently in the queue for the Historic Preservation Commission, which this property falls under, not for being in a historic district, but it's in proximity to Boone Hall Farm, so it gets looped into some of that process. Happy to answer any questions.
So my first question is to you, thank you for your presentation. What about your buffering south of the line, south, basically, of the building? That's south, the southern piece. Tell me about buffering there.
So we're providing, if I'm not mistaken, a 25-foot landscape buffer to our southern neighbor. And that landscape buffer is, I'll say, going to be quite dense of canopy trees, understory trees, and shrubs. So the southern buffer is 25 feet, and that meets the requirements.
Have you had a chance to talk with those individuals over there about that buffer?
The southern
Yes.
buffer?
Yes.
Well, the southern buffer is not being requested for any variance to my knowledge. So
My question was, did you get a chance to talk with someone that resides on that southern line?
the property owner's been in contact with neighbors, but that's the information that I have. I don't
So there's
have
been
much
no dialogue? You just sent out a letter, is what you're telling me?
to the southern neighbor? No,
Yes.
I wouldn't say there's been no dialogue. I have not personally spoken with a southern neighbor, but I know the property owner has spoken to the neighbors, north and south.
Can you tell me what that, well, that would be speculation. So I won't ask that. Okay. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr.
And I
Chair.
will start at the end and come up.
My concern is now on this ingress egress that you're telling me that the property to the east or south, whatever the east, that is going to be subdivided later. Is it a different parcel, or is it a parcel that has an ingress egress right to it? It's not part of the. It's a different parcel, right? TMF number.
Correct.
All right. So there's currently an ingress egress to that property through your client's property, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so instead of having a proposed parking lot for 2 office buildings, now you're basically going to have a street going through your parking lot instead of just cars parking for an office building. Is that correct?
It'll be a private access easement.
That'll go through the middle of your parking lot.
It's a private access easement, it is.
So basically, it's in a way, it's a street going through a parking lot.
It's a situation that's occurring today where there is access provided through this property. But it will.
There now, right? There's no cars parked there now, are there?
There are, for the front acre.
Better to have a plan that shows a road or something type of thoroughfare that will have just that traffic on it instead of cars pulling in and out and parking for a office building, to let whoever's going to develop. Because what it looks like is when that area gets developed, they're going to come back and ask for a variance for something for that as well. It's just one variance is going to lead to another. So I'm building on Mr. Martin's question earlier, and that is, what happened if we were to have a 2-story building here, and you still find a way to get 8,000 or 9,000 square feet of commercial office building, and then redesign the access easement and landscaping and parking and all that to make it easier. But I just hate to see a traffic going through a middle of a parking lot, because, I mean, who doesn't get hit in Walmart parking lots and these super mega parking lots, because they're not built for streets. So that's my concern with it. I think we're creating our own problem here. If you want to address that at all?
Well, I can briefly respond. There's 4 residential lots to the rear of this property. So the long-term plan for those 4 lots would be 4 primary residences. It wouldn't be continued. There's wetlands to the very rear of those 4 lots. But again, currently today, there's an existing almost 10,000 square foot home goods store and commercial use for the property, and it's a commercial zone property. So the situation today is vehicles to the rear residential have to go through this property. So the proposed improvements show 2 small office buildings. The overlays call for more of a village, kind of a small village feel. Village commercial is the name of the overlay. As far as being 2 stories, I mean, it's an interesting idea. I think most of the comparable buildings have been 1, but I'm not going to say we wouldn't be maybe interested in 2 stories, but I don't know that solves the issue at hand. Just looking at the access easement buffer, I don't see the layout being able to work. So my response would be it'd be infeasible. I don't see 2 stories avoiding the variance request, with all respect. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a question on my left. Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir. Can you help me understand what's currently there and what do you exactly, I'm not an architect. What do you propose to put in as far as development?
Sure. So again, the plan right half is the primary improved area, and there is a cell tower in there as well. So that's the area between the 2 buildings. That's an existing cell tower that will remain. And again, the front former Boone Hall Market building, that'll remain as well. So there's 2 office buildings with the overlays. That was the use that is allowed, and perhaps one of the only uses allowed. So it's meant to be more of a professional office use is the intended use at this time.
So currently it's office use right now with parking, and is it being used currently for that right now?
Well, the 2 new buildings, those are not there today, so those are being improved. So those will be office use is the current proposed use. And then the existing building is to remain, and that existing established use is, I would describe as a home goods store.
Could you meet the criteria of the buffers as the buildings are right now, currently?
The 2 buffer requests, we wouldn't be able to meet those requirements with the current plan, no.
I mean, if you were to so the staff made a comment here. It says that the buffer can be included along with the other planned improvements. Is that true from what the staff was saying? Because we try to keep in mind what the staff says as far as the criteria involved. So basically, we have these criteria, and one of them is the applicant's own action, and that the staff mentions that. So that's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, so the existing parking area, the existing easement, vehicle drive, the existing developed area, and the cell tower, and the property boundary as it stands, none of that's due to the applicant's actions. So that's, without me restating the response in the packet, that would be my response, that it's not due to the applicant's reactions.
So disregarding the plan that you've got, we got these buildings here, you want to upgrade it. Can you put the buffers in?
We wouldn't be able to provide these buffers and make use of the property as we've shown.
As you've shown. Okay, thank you.
Let me see. You had a question first.
I'm familiar with the area. Thank you for coming here, and I'm familiar with the area, and it appears very well maintained from what I've seen. What I was curious about, though, is this figuratively, this area we're talking about, figuratively, like a county island surrounded by a sea of Mount Pleasant with its own challenges? Is that kind of what we're dealing with?
From an annexation, town of Mount Pleasant jurisdiction standpoint, this area, this site is in Charleston County, of course. It's perimeter, it's buffered by other county properties. But if you're asking, is it somewhat of a donut hole? It is a bit of a donut hole.
I would use donut hole. It's surrounded by the town of Mount Pleasant.
This property is not immediately surrounded, but the general area.
All right.
But this property is not immediately adjacent, surrounded by town of Mount Pleasant property.
Thank you.
Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If staff could pull up one of the exhibits, it's C4.0 with the, there you go. Was that already up and I wasn't paying attention? So, Mr. Taylor, I'm pretty sympathetic to the situation here because the access road that requires buffers on both sides makes this property unusable, essentially. And I think you just said it in, before the last question. If you could maybe repeat that or maybe underscore it. If the access, I mean, would you agree with me that if the access easement stays in place and a buffer were required on each side, the existing building couldn't park any cars? And
definitely correct.
And any future development would not be able to park any cars because the buildable area is such that you could only build to the south. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Okay.
That'd be my position, absolutely.
And also the existing or the easement to the residential properties at the back. I mean, we're talking about 4 properties, maybe 3, depending on the wetland situation. Future properties, right? So you may have 6 to 10 cars per day, maybe. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions on that side? Okay. Back to my left. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Okay, I saw your hand go up with the glasses and the mask on. Please come forward. So I'm going to ask, were you sworn in, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for removing that so we can hear you clearly.
Dealing with a little cold here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Councilman. I'm Tony Washington. I rise on behalf of the heirs of the property that's south, which is Ethel Wright et al., as you see on many of the documents. I have been born and raised here in Charleston. Family grew up there, practically 5th generation. The property has been in our family for 143 years. I am 5th generation, as mentioned. My grandmother is here, who literally grew up there her whole entire life and also has her home there. Her sister is here with her, and also an aunt, right? So this property means a lot to us, and we've seen the evolution of all that's happened in Mount Pleasant, including the existing market and store that's in place right now and in question. actually used to be a packing shed in which many of our members used to participate and be a part of helping the economy, shall I say. One of the things that I want to rise and say today is that we have not been communicated by the existing members about this interest. And it's important that there is, I would say, due respect in terms of having that conversation. And again, as I mentioned before, this property has been a part of our family for 143 years. And to know the sacrifices that's been made to ensure that that property in every inch, every corner, every crevice of it has been maintained, and the sweat equity has gone in to make sure that it is properly maintained. It needs to be recognized and respected as well. So as someone who, again, has benefited from that as a child, reared on that land, saw my great-grandmother and her sister till the grounds to ensure that it was properly maintained for the future generations. I want to maintain that all 10.6 acres is not impeded on without due respect and communication by the parties that's interested. And I will say this on behalf of the existing members, we have no desire of allowing for any encroachment or any easement to hinder our property at this moment.
Okay, let's see if we have, yes, sir.
Thank you. So has there been any plan or, well, let me, two-part question. You have current access to your property through by the Boone Hall, what used to be Boone Hall Farms and stuff like that?
Yes, there's nothing impeding us from using our property today at this moment.
Their parking lot or
We do
whatever?
not.
You don't?
We do not.
How do you access it?
We have access through multiple means. There's like two main roads.
Can we pull up the aerial?
Yeah, and 2513, Old Georgetown Road is the main road that we use to access the property on the south.
Through Old Georgetown Road?
Correct.
What about the property that's to the east?
Go to the next
south.
one, Josh.
The south.
South, right here.
Go to, yeah, all right, so 026.
026? 026?
Do you own 026?
026 is our part. 261 and 026 are all the same property.
Okay. I was confused. I was thinking it was the back property. So
Yeah.
026.
026.
Okay. But they have
That's
not
the-
communicated to you any type of buffer or anything that they're going to?
The notification we received is this notification for the public hearing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Washington, thank you for your testimony. Sure. My understanding is that the applicant is planning to install the adequate buffers as required by the county between their property and your property. So I'm trying to understand, other than development, what grievances you have for the proposed development.
Well, I think that any indication where we are having to relinquish any aspects of our property is of concern, right? I can't speak to the other aspects of it. Again, this is the first time that we've actually had an open dialogue about it as a community. And so the concerns that we have is how that's going to continue to encroach upon the property that we have today.
And I mean, again, I mean, this is probably less of a zoning issue than it is a development issue.
Right.
We're here to look at the right for zoning or the variance to those rights or appeals to those rights. And so I'm just trying to get understanding for what is being done on this property based on what we're having to judge on that we can control to make sure that your family's property is not degraded in any way. If that makes sense.
Well, to be honest, I can't really speak to, I can hear what's being articulated. I have no visuals to understand what that's going to mean. Does that mean that there's going to be buildings that's really bumping up against some homes? Because there are some homes that are right there on the property in between the back end of the property. There is family members' homes that are right there on our property line. And so, I do want to make sure that, hey, there's nothing that's going to impede the ease of their living, right? Additional traffic, additional noise, complications in terms of where those homes are as well.
So that's a part of our ordinance.
Yeah.
So there's one home currently on 026, right?
There's several homes on 026.
Can you point them out?
Can you point them out?
Let's see.
I know on one,
Yeah.
I mean, 261,
There's a home in the front of 026. There's another home further in the back, and there's a home on the right of that.
Okay,
And
very good.
that property, that home on the right, which is a pink home, brick home, that's actually closer to the property line. That road actually comes closer to get to that home, come closer to where that store is.
but it's a dirt road that leads back there,
It's a dirt
correct?
road, correct.
Okay. And then you have a no trespassing sign there too, am I correct?
Correct. You're very familiar with the property, I see.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
I'm gonna come back to
Washington,
that.
thank you for your clarifications. The regulations call, and the applicant has proposed and will support a 25-foot landscape barrier between setback from the property line. So there'll be 25 feet on the other side of the property line that will be provided as a barrier between the property line on your property and the development or whatever's developed on that side. It's the fact that you haven't seen what that looks like and was composed, is that the concern?
Yeah, I think that's one of the concerns, right? We don't know what this truly looks like, right? This is the first true, honest conversation that we're having. And not to say that we're trying to be or propose something that's going to be deleterious. We don't want it to be deleterious to us, right? And what that's going to mean for our property going forward. And again, we're doing the best that we can to make sure that it's maintained. And as we can see, there's a lot that's happening, right, in Mount Pleasant. And even just in terms of the traffic, I mean, it's hard already to get out of that road. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I think, one, I'm thinking about the safety of the elderly in the community and how much they are having to risk to get out of Old Georgetown Road. This is going to mean additional traffic. And also, what is that going to mean? We have individuals that literally turn onto that road right in front of the road leading into the home that's adjacent to the property. You can see the number of donuts and things of nature that's happening in front of that property. So I'm just a little concerned about what is this going to really mean for our property, right? And also the safety of the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
No, I had a question or an observation whether this would be an appropriate case for a deferral so that both sides could talk and get together and have an exchange of ideas. Would that be a fair thing? But of course, the applicant has to be the one that would request it. But I'm trying to figure out a way to get everybody together.
No problem. And I will say, and if we can't come to that resolution, our position still stands.
I couldn't hear you.
I said if we can't have that type of conversation, our position still stands in terms of where we are.
Well, let me say this much, and I will come back. At this time, I will have to excuse myself. But I would like to say and state that I believe if anything needs to happen, that we do need to make sure that there is a buffer on that side that's maintained and put in there. And if you do have to have a deferral, that those sides do talk and communicate. Okay? If we want to successfully have something that this board can be amendable to. Okay? But at this time, I will excuse myself. Does anyone have any questions of me before I excuse myself?
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I thank you so very much. At this time, I yield the gavel over to our Vice Chair, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ray. Have a good evening, and we'll see you next month.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Williams.
So I did have a question. Can you explain what, from where you're at, your property, what's going on this property currently, and from your perspective, what are they seeking to do on the property?
Yeah, our property is residential.
Well, not your property, but this property at question here. What they want with this property,
Oh,
What's going on there now? What have you noticed? What's happening?
Well, one, I mean, there's a store on the front, right? Market store. Not sure exactly. I haven't been in there in quite some time, but that's is about as much as I know. I know that there's been some clearing of the land behind it, and that's about all I know, right? And again, not sure. We have not had any communication to understand what is going on there, and quite frankly, some of it is their business. But I think this hearing is making it about our business now, right?
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
So they're currently selling things from this property now. Is that
Correct.
right? That you've seen people coming in now buying,
Oh,
selling, whatever.
absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
That's my question.
Do we have any other questions for Mr. Washington? Mr. Marchant?
Actually, my question's for staff. I can hold.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Washington.
All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you, board.
Sir? Please state your name and address for the record first.
My name is Louis Jefferson.
You're not sworn in?
I reside at 1128 McKnight Road, which is adjacent to this property we're talking
Excuse me,
about.
sir.
Were you sworn in?
Were you sworn in or not? That's the
I
question.
said I wasn't.
Okay, so you would have to be sworn in first.
We couldn't hear if you said was not.
I didn't
Jenny,
realize I was
Jenny,
going to
why don't you
have
ask
to
the audience
say something.
if there's anyone who's not been sworn in?
Anyone else that hasn't been sworn in that would like to speak tonight, please raise your right hand. I would say that if you say you, I swear to
I do.
All right. We'll start from the top. Name and address for the record, please.
Right, Louis Jefferson, 1128 McKnight Road, Mount Pleasant. I'm kind of on the north side of this property that's being developed with the buffer that runs in between. I really think, I heard the word deferment a while ago. We need to. There haven't been any communications from the developer to us as neighbors. I'm surprised tonight to hear what I'm hearing because I've always thought this was residential and not commercial property. Up until a year ago, there was a house there. Our neighbor was just on the other side of the branch, and I don't remember ever hearing that this property was commercial. It's always been residential. It's in the heart of a residential community. And actually, the developer or the representative didn't say, but they're asking for an easement or ingress, egress. And I'm wondering why what we're doing here tonight wasn't done prior to them beginning to develop the property. They're under construction already. They're building there, and I don't know how they got permission or whatever they have to do what they're doing without having legal access to the property. I know the story going back for developing the property was that in the rear was not conducive to commercial development, and currently now it's from the SCDOT line going inward, it's 500 feet is authorized residential or commercial development. This property is way beyond the 500 feet from Highway 17 that they're asking for commercial use on. And we're in the process now of having that 500 reduced down to 400. We're getting some positive response from the county on this matter to 400. But to imagine office space in the back that whoever would occupy or do business with that office space would have to drive. Someone mentioned it, but I don't think the answer was accurate. You would have to drive through the parking lot. The answer is yes, and that was an astute observation. You'd have to drive through the parking lot to get to that office space, and it would just slow down the access off of 17, imposing a safety or an immediate danger for traffic coming in there, not going to the store, but going to the office further down. we haven't had any communication as residents in the immediate community and the impact zone of this development. I know I haven't have anything. The church is right next door. I don't know if they have. They share the parking lot. I think John Royal owned the property there, whether there's some agreement with him or not. But this is just total disrespect to us in the community as residents. No one has met or agreed or said anything to us. My actual driveway is off of McKnight Road, which
Hey,
is...
Mr. Jefferson,
Yes.
I appreciate everything that you're going through right now. Can you show us on a map where your property lies so we can see it in relation to the potential development?
Pull it up, I'll show it to you.
And you said you're on McKnight Road?
I think the other map would better.
Show, let's use this one.
Pointer right here.
All right, go down to McKnight Road. This one right here that you have.
Go to the other map.
Go back to the other map.
Yeah, that one.
McKnight Road goes all the way down to the cemetery. And side property. So you have the blue rim around the property. The second and third two pieces in front of the
207 and 208?
It's 31.
The number, TMS numbers, they'd be different from your address.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Let me check with my fellow board members up here and see if we have questions for Mr. Jefferson. Mr. Neal?
No, I'm fine.
All right, we are at a point we're trying, we limit responses to 2 minutes per person, and we understand that you are opposed to it and would love more information on the project, and I believe the applicant has heard you loud and clear.
No problem.
So thank you for your time this evening, Mr. Jefferson.
Sure.
All right, do we have anyone else to speak in opposition to this project? And please state your name and address first.
George Freeman, 1450 Bowman Road, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. I was sworn in because I'm going to speak on something later. But I just wanted to clarify, add to something that Mr. Jefferson was talking about, because I'm a little surprised to see this too, because I'm the head of a nonprofit organization in this area, and usually anything that occurs in this area, we usually notify about any new development coming in, and we were not notified about this. And the point that I'm trying to make is when Mr. Jefferson was talking about that 400 and 500 feet, we had an agreement in this for this particular area coming off of Highway 17 that commercial would not pass 500 feet. And in recent months, we've been working with the county to try to get that reduced to 400 feet. So I'm surprised to hear that something's being planned beyond that 400 feet. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Freeman? Mr. Freeman, I will point out that the staff has indicated that this still has to go through the Historic Preservation Commission.
Correct. So prior to a zoning permit, the applicant would have to get a certificate of historic appropriateness from the Historic Preservation Commission.
And there are additional public notices to go through that process,
That
correct?
is correct.
Okay.
Very good.
All right. All right. Is there anyone else to speak in opposition to this project? Anyone else to speak in opposition? Okay, the applicant has the right to rebut the comments that have been received, so if the applicant would please come forward.
Great, thank you. Now, I'll just briefly respond. As far as the zoning, this property, the commercial area, it is a commercially zoned property, so there's been no rezoning. So the 500-foot mark is the current mark, and this property is within that 500-foot extension from North Highway 17. So there's no rezoning requirement, and again, there's already existing commercial use established. So the new office buildings will also be on commercially zoned property. To the points of the property owner not reaching out to neighbors, My understanding is the property owner has reached out to those neighbors. The property owners told me some of these properties are held up in perhaps litigation or heirs situations. That I can't speak to, but I would imagine there's multiple points of contact. But to the point of the property owner following up with property owners after an approval here tonight would be the request, I think the property owner would have no problem doing that.
Thank you. Anything else? I'm sure that my board members up here will have questions, so we'll start down at the end with Mr. Neal. Go
Oh,
ahead.
thank you so much. Let me go first. So I always get weary when I hear that we spoke out to everybody. It's not your fault. We spoke out to everybody, and then here comes the show of hands. So I didn't hear from anybody. I didn't hear from anybody. I didn't hear from anybody. So my initial point of the rear property having access in driving through a parking lot has gotten me really perplexed on this issue. I don't see how I can support it tonight. I think my fellow board member made a suggestion that this would be a great candidate for a deferral, and a deferral would always give time for the applicant to reach out and get more people on board and at least find out where they are. So I'm hoping that maybe there's an avenue for that. Is there anything else that you can add on buffers and things like that to help settle down the concerns that the neighbors would be having with a big office building going next door to their properties and traffic concerns of parking?
Yeah. So office use, when it comes to traffic, is a very low traffic generator. So again, the use of office and the access to this property is self-contained. So it's an existing curb cut to North Highway 17. To the points about the buffer to the southern property, again, the property layout complies with the county's 25-foot landscape buffer requirements, which it's frankly going to be a very dense buffer. If there's requests to add something, we can maybe consider it, but we are in compliance with the county's requirements for the southern property buffer. Sir, to your points of the properties adjacent to the east, just to make sure I understand your concerns, so perhaps I can respond and address, are some of your concerns for the 4 residential properties to the east?
Yeah.
So
Parking
those
lot.
properties and this subject property were purchased at the same time. So those properties, I don't have the exact, I can't speak to the exact ownership situation, but I can say tonight there's no opposition from those 4 properties, and there's certainly awareness to the fact of those 4 properties, that those 4 properties must come through this front property for an access easement. So there would be no surprises to those properties.
To the point that you made. So it would be easier for me to vote in favor of something if I knew what was going to be asked upon for that 4 property, that whether you're going to subdivide it or the ingress egress that's going to tie into this middle area. So that's why I'm hesitant to approve something that is going to be an unknown, and I don't know what's going to happen and come back.
Maybe I can.
So that's why I'm saying in a deferral, you could address all of these issues that are out there if you were willing to do that. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying it would be easier for me to support some type of motion like that. That's just where I stand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, let me come down here to Mr. Jordan.
I don't mean to put you on the spot personally, because I've heard what you said. You referred to the applicant's information, but Charleston is full of stories, particularly downtown Charleston, where property being handed down is a very important thing in Charleston. So I think it's just important for this neighborhood. So that's why I asked the question. I want to ask the question. You said you think the applicant's been in charge of, contact with the owners. But now, what about the surrounding people? You heard some of them say they hadn't been contacted. So I'm asking direct, has some of the surrounding neighbors been contacted? Because they're here saying they hadn't. So which is it?
My response is the information that I have is this property owner who I represent has been in contact with adjacent property owners.
Okay, but thank you.
All right, Mr. Truslow.
Again, thank you for being here. I'm speaking for myself when I say this, but I think my colleagues would feel the same way as would the audience, that we all want to show mutual respect for each other and have good communications with one another. You want to feel good about the community, they want to feel good about you. In that context, and you don't have to, but would you be willing to, or are you willing to move to defer so you can talk to these people and allay any concerns that they would have and come back and hopefully have the community of a like view and be supportive of you? So you can make a motion, you can not make a motion. But with a deferral, you might find yourself in a better position, you might not. These are just some observations that I have. I always like to see people get work together. Not, it takes two hands to clap, so to speak. So I guess my question is, are you asking us to defer, or do you want us to have a vote today?
You're asking if I want to defer our application here tonight? Can you help me understand, and I don't know if any adjacent representatives need to come up, but can you help me understand what the specific grievances are that I can help address?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you can ask a question, Mr. Williams.
Part of my concern is that we don't have enough information about your buffer. What kind of, are you going to put a fence there? Are you going to put, what are you going to put there? Are you going to put a building in the back? Because you all have given more clarity to the project here. So that's some of the things I'm wondering about.
So, Mr. Taylor, a lot of the board members up here are expressing some concerns with the information that's been presented to them thus far. And the suggestion that you can ask for a deferral would be to allow you to have more time with the surrounding communities to address their concerns, show what the applicant is proposing to do on the property. And under a deferment, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong on this, it would be reheard within 90 days?
Within 90 days.
Of the deferral. So that's what my fellow board members are asking, suggesting that you consider as part of this application before we move into the process of making a motion. Would you like to clarify any of that, Mr. Hugie?
I would just add to that, if you go forward and your application is denied, a year?
1 year from this calendar date, to
Before
come
you
back with the same request.
Yeah, if you would have to come back with a different application. If you were to bring the same application before this board again, you would have to wait a year to do so.
Mr. Marchant.
Mr. Chairman. And perhaps this is also for Mr. Hugie. My understanding of the board's, we can also make a motion to defer. We do not have to have the applicant request that. So just want to clarify a point of order there.
We can, and I would also like our board to remember that there's an additional public notice period that this applicant will have to go through for approval of this project before he could even go to construction.
But that is correct. The board can recommend deferral.
Mr. Marchant.
I also have some questions for staff if I ever get a chance.
Okay. All right. Well, we are going to close the public hearing. I don't have a gavel, so.
I don't want the gavel.
So the public hearing portion of this has been closed. Thank you, Mr. Taylor, for your time this evening. All right. Board members, questions of staff. Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little bit about the sequence of events between BZA approval and Historic Preservation Commission approval. Does one have to precede the other, or does it really matter?
From my understanding of the ordinance, BZA is first. The way the ordinance is current, BZA is first, and then Historic Preservation Commission is second. Okay.
Because some of these issues sound more like Historic Preservation Commission issues than Board of Zoning Appeal issues. So thank you for that clarification. The second question I have is, regardless of who develops this property, the easement will always be in place because of the 4 residential parcels to the east of the property. Is that correct?
From my understanding, the way the plat is, that the easement exists.
So whether or not this applicant or another applicant comes and wants to put up an ice cream stand, the easement is in place. And when the easement's in place, you have to have a 15-foot buffer on each side of that easement, and then you can develop the site with parking or buildings or whatever. So just for clarification, for this piece of property, there are great constraints on the property, regardless of what we do tonight. I just want that to be clear to the board. And then my last question relates to the south part of the property, which is, according to the civil drawings that we have as exhibits, there's a, I think it's a 4 or 5 foot sidewalk shown running alongside the south side of that property. Is that allowable within the 25-foot buffer or not? It is.
It is.
Okay.
It's part of the pedestrian way requirements for properties in Mount Pleasant Overlay District and in general in the urban area. There's some constraints because of the existing building and the orientation of the existing parking and location. It's a little difficult to retrofit that at the front of the property, so they've had to put that on the other side of the existing building in order to comply with that part of the ordinance, in order to have access to the two proposed buildings behind the existing building.
Running on the south side,
Yeah.
and will have to
Yeah.
be in concert with a buffer, correct? I guess.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And
Okay.
yeah.
But to be clear, all zoning requirements have been met to the south of the property.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marchant. Are there any other questions for staff?
Did you want me to elaborate any on the parking, or did you have any more questions about that?
Mr. Sedell?
So is the 25-foot buffer to the south of the sidewalk? Or does that incorporate the sidewalk area as well?
Yeah, it incorporates the sidewalk. So you'll see the
Okay.
property line, and then right above that, you'll see like a dashed line. So that area between the solid line and the dashed line, that's 25 feet buffer. So the sidewalk is within that. It kind of meanders through the 25 feet, but that is allowed to encroach within any buffer areas.
Okay, so the sidewalk's like 3 feet from the property line. Is that right? Am I reading that correctly?
It's a couple of feet, yeah. I don't know the exact dimensions, but.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff?
For a question on procedural, if someone was to make a motion for deferment, do we have to give the reasons of what we're looking for, the information that we're looking for, since we're putting it out there for deferment? Or
I would recommend that.
Yeah.
All right.
In that same vein, I would prefer, of course, that the applicant seek a deferral.
I think
but
we're past that point, Mr.
If we're
Crusoe.
past that, if we're past that point, I'm willing to make a motion to defer in order to give the applicant the ability to communicate better with the community communicate with the applicant their concerns, and perhaps come up with a resolution that everybody would find to be satisfactory. I've found in the past that communication between both sides often just everybody comes away better. So that's my motion would be to defer.
All right, so we have a motion to defer. Mr.
I'll
Fuji has a point. Hold on.
I'll second.
I just want to clarify whether or not the applicant meets the criteria is not based on whether or not the applicant and the community can come together. So just keep that in mind. And I want the applicant and the community to understand that they may,
Can I add 3 bullet points to the deferment that I'd like to see that will help me move forward? Is that
That's
all?
part of the discussion. The motion is specifically for deferral for up to 90 days.
Okay. Yeah, then if I
And
may speak.
you seconded the motion, so
Yes,
if you
sir.
would like to discuss, please. feel free.
Yes, thank you. So the items that I'm looking for that would help me proceed with this project is I'd like to see plans for the ingress, egress for the rest of the property on this map to the right, so I guess that's the east, the undeveloped portion that would be remaining, how that would be addressed. I'd like to see a full landscape plan for the south and the north, but mainly the south as it in conjunction with the current housings that are on the south property. Because if a south house, if the four houses that they pointed out, seems like they would be severely impacted. So I'd like to see that in relation. Thanks. Those two things.
All right, Mr. Jordan?
I'm going to vote for this motion, but I'm sitting there thinking to myself, if the applicant was given the opportunity to ask for one but didn't, what are we accomplishing? Obviously, they don't want to defer. They don't want to talk with the resident. I mean, I'm going to vote for it all 100%. But just think about what I'm saying. If he was given the chance, obviously his decision is no. What are we accomplishing?
Any other discussion?
I'm sorry,
Mr. Sadell?
Counsel, could you repeat what you said? I didn't hear it. So.
No, I was just saying.
counsel.
Yeah, I was just saying, there seems to be a lot of emphasis on the applicant and the community coming up with a solution and working together. And I'm just saying that that's not part of the criteria that the applicant needs to overcome for this board to approve the application. And I will also point out, I'm kind of in line with Mr. Jordan, which is while you have, the board can say, do a deferral, I would point out that the applicant has not requested it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Truce.
In response, part of my reasoning is that like many of the neighbors, I'm not sure that all the criteria have been met for a variance to be granted. I want to give the applicant an opportunity to listen to what the neighborhood has to say and come back and perhaps communicate with a little bit more clarity.
All right. Well,
And
we
if
have
they don't want to do that, I know what
we
my
have a motion
vote
for
will be.
deferral that's been properly moved and seconded. So all those in favor of this
Also-
motion? Yes.
Amended, correct? You amended?
Well, I
suggestion.
think the motion was still, I just gave it on record what I'm looking for that would help me with my vote.
Right.
So I gave clarity to them.
Yeah.
Are we good to move forward? All right. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Raise your
Aye.
right hand. We have 1, 2, 3. All right. All those opposed, raise your right hand. Say aye.
Aye.
So 4, the motion to defer is denied. So do we have another motion in this matter?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to deny the application. Case 0424000772. And I believe that it meets all of that criteria except for criteria number 6.
And why does it not meet criteria number 6? You will need to state that in your motion.
So criteria number 6 explains that the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. And as the staff mentions, that the applicant can design a plan that would allow for the needed buffers. So because of that, I believe that it is the result of the applicant's own actions.
All right. Do we have a second?
Second?
We have a motion that has been made, properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the motion. I could not disagree more with the motion. I do think there are quite a few hardships on this property that are not the applicant's own action. So I'll be voting against the motion. I was prepared to make a motion to approve, so that's where I am on this particular case. But again, appreciate the motion.
Mr. Sadell.
Just for discussion, the reason why I believe it's staff with no action is because we haven't gotten a plan as to what's going to be being built there. And because the applicant is designing and building something, it is the applicant's own action. So that's it. That's all I have to say.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Marchant.
With respect, we actually have some pretty thorough plans for this property. We have a plan of 2 new commercial buildings. We have plans of parking and an ingress-egress easement, which is required to be upheld by the property owner. The plan actually shows the easement going all the way back to the 4 residential pieces of property. So it shows the future of that easement being in place and where it has to be located. I think the only thing we're missing is a landscape drawing for the south buffer. I'm putting faith in the applicant that they would provide the 20-foot buffer as required by zoning, which is what we're here to do, zoning. And so I disagree. I think the applicant is well prepared and presented all the very detailed information required for a relief for having a buffer. So that's my response. But I call for the question.
All right, we call for questions. So all those in favor of the motion to deny the application, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
For denying, and all those opposed to the motion to deny the application, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. So 4-3, the motion carries to deny the application. I'm sorry, your application has been denied. You'll receive information from staff within 10 business days regarding the next step in the process. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we have been here for 2.5 hours. We have not had a break. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and we'll adjourn. We'll reconvene at 6:46. All right, let's get everybody back in and get started again. Yes, it is. Y'all want to slide down one?
I think he was right here, right? Oh, yeah.
They're making me slide down.
Everybody's cool.
Some of the neighbors could come back next time and say, hey, we understand now. And we're going to reconsider it. And we could
Yeah.
go means of options.
Yeah. And I mean, he can always appeal the decision too, and he's got different routes he can take. All right, it is 6:46. We had exactly a 10-minute break, and we will come out of adjournment and get back to business here. So the next case we'll hear tonight will be BZA 0424000773, and it will be presented by Mr. Joshua Downey.
All right, my last one for the night. So BZA case 0424000773. The applicant, William Brodsky of Cedar Brooks Homes, and the property owner, Ashby Johnson, are requesting a variance to remove a 27-inch diameter breast height grand pecan tree located within an existing ingress egress easement for a proposed 4-lot subdivision at 1742 Habersham Road, TMS number 583-0000383 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located in the Special Management S3 zoning district. In addition, the subject property is located within the Phillips community that was designated as a historic district by Charleston County Council. The 2-acre subject property is currently in the subdivision process, subdivision case 0324-02725, to create 4 lots. The 27-inch diameter breast height pecan tree is located within the middle of an existing 20-foot wide ingress-egress easement on which is Tugman Lane. The easement will be needed to improve to 50 feet right away for the creation of the 4-lot subdivision. So the tree removal from section 9.2.5. That is the subject property, the radius map, aerial view of the subject property, and a zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. Staff conducted its site visit on May 16th. That is the 27-inch DBH pecan tree. More pictures of the pecan tree. That is Tugman Lane, and if you look down Tugman Lane with the picture to the right, you will see that the tree is in the ingress-egress easement. Habersham Road. So this is the site plan, and the 27-inch pecan tree is highlighted in yellow on your site plans on your iPad. The survey and the approved and recorded plat. So for this criteria, staff believes that it meets criteria 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and it may meet criteria 6 and 7. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 0424000773, a variance to remove a 27-inch DBH pecan tree located within an existing ingress-egress easement for a proposed 4-lot subdivision at 1742 Habersham Road, TMS number 583-0000383 in the east area of Charleston County based on the BZA's finding of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. The applicant shall mitigate the removal of the 27-inch DBH grand pecan tree by either A, by submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, including the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 1/2 inch, equaling inch per inch of replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as prescribed by Section 9.2.6 of the ZLDR, or C, a combination of A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be placed prior to its removal. 2, tree barricades constructed on chain link fence shall be installed around all protected trees within a 40 feet of disturbance prior to any construction pursuant to Section 9.2.4 of the Charleston County Zoning and Regulation Development Standards. Number 3, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat all grand trees within 40 feet of disturbance throughout the duration of construction. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree preservation plan to the zoning staff for review and approval. Zoning approval prior to zoning permit approval for construction, and 4, prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall obtain a certificate of historic appropriateness from the Charleston County Historic Preservation Commission and receive final plat approval from the Charleston County Planning Commission. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Downey. Any questions for staff? Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Downey, can you talk about how this easement came into place, how long it's been in place as it relates to the tree? Other than serving these 4 properties, it also serves the property to the east as well, I imagine, which I assume the easement continues through that property, correct? So, I don't know, just help give us a timeline on the birth of this easement, you know, and perhaps that will help us a little bit. Somebody put the easement in place. The tree was there. It's been there for at least, 60, 80 years?
So if you look at the plat that is at the bottom of the packet,
tree?
No, page 21 of the of your packet. I am looking for the date of approval on the plat. And that was done I believe it was done in 2009. The pecan tree is right on the edge of the ingress-egress easement.
That's the 48-inch pecan that they're showing? Or?
No, sir. So at the very bottom, it looks like right next to Tugman Road, so not the 48-inch.
I don't even see the pecan tree in the easement on that exhibit. Do you mind going to that exhibit that you're talking about?
It's not highlighted in yellow.
It's on
No,
19.
he's referencing a different.
He's referencing
I'm
a different.
referencing
He's talking about this
the
page.
recorded plat.
He's talking about the last page.
You know, I mean, on the plat, there's no tree shown in the easement, which is interesting.
This is page 21.
It may not have been a grand tree at the time the plat was recorded.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going with this
Yes, sir.
question, which
Yeah.
is, has the easement been in place longer than the tree's been significant?
The easement has been in place longer than the grand tree has been a grand tree.
Thank you, that's helpful.
All right, Mr.
Who, I guess the county required the easement, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Neal.
Yeah, for our staff arborist, what is the grade level of this tree, the condition of this tree?
I would grade it as a B. It has no physical defects, no pest or disease. Doesn't have as big a canopy as you typically see on a tree of that diameter, but doesn't mean that it's unhealthy in any way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? All right, is the applicant present? You'd please come forward and state your name and address for the record and tell us why we should approve this request.
Good Good evening, everybody. My name is William Brodsky. I'm at 690 Barbados Drive in Charleston. Yes, I have been sworn in, so I'm ready. I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the board, all the consultants to take my application. Just to start off, as far as I was told by my attorney through title, that map was filed in 2007, all right? It was originally went through the approval process in 2006, and it was filed in 2007. This is not just to access the 4 lots that I'm going before the planning department for right now. This is also to access the 2 rear lots. There's one that's about 4 acres, and there's another one that's about another 2 acres. That's really what Tugman Lane was set up to do. Otherwise, those 2 lots in the back are going to be landlocked. There's no other access for them. Tugman Lane is to access the parcel. I'm right now the applicant, but in about 3 days, I'm the owner. I'm closing in the next couple of days. So right now, I've met Mr. Foster a couple of times out in the field. We've gone through a number of the grand trees. I'm a proponent of grand trees. I'm always of the mind that you can't grow them. So if they're there, try not to take them down. But in this particular case, we have no choice, all right, because the pecan is pretty much in the middle of that right-of-way. No, I'm sorry, it's in the middle of the easement. It's an ingress and egress easement at this point, but the county wants me to transform that from an easement into a 50-foot right-of-way. And that's what my excuse me, that's what my subdivision map shows now, as a 50-foot right-of-way. So really, the whole issue here in front of us is that the ingress and egress easement of Tugman Lane, which has been on a filed map, so probably close to 17 years now, is needed to access my property plus the other 2 properties in the rear. I'll be more than happy to entertain anything that anybody on the board or the staff wants me to do. So I just would like to say that I would like to move forward so I can get the rest of my subdivision complete.
Thank you, Mr. Brodsky, for your presentation. Let's see if we have questions from board members. Mr. Williams.
Sir, how you doing? Just a question. So how long have you owned the property?
I just said in 3 days I'm going to close on it.
Oh, okay.
I went into contract last year. So
Okay,
we've been
that's
working
still
with the
contract.
county to get the whole approval process. And as I said, I met Mr. Foster out there a couple of times in the field to go over a number of other trees. I'm for the grand trees. I like how they enhance the property. But I can't do it here because I can't get in and out that way.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you go into a little bit more detail since you brought it up with the additional property past the 4 lots? Mr. Downey, can you bring up I don't know what slide I'm on, I'm on the plat, that's the proposed plat. It's got 4 lots on it with a detention pond in the very back, the very end. So if I'm hearing you correctly, if I'm hearing you correctly, the property to the right of the retention pond is property that you own or going to own?
God willing. I don't know.
What I'm saying is
We'll see.
you're referring to additional property that you're going to add more lots to?
I didn't say that. I said there are other tracts back there that are owned by other people. Whether they decide to sell to me or somebody else in the future, I don't know. I think there's another map that you had scrolled through that would show you a little bit, not that one. Oh, that one, right there. See, I can't make it out.
So 79 behind you could,
and then right behind there is another.
Okay, yeah, that's, okay, now I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a scenario where the road could be shifted or even meander around the tree? I know that limits your lot sizes. I know that creates a different issue, but talk a little bit about the challenge you might have with that scenario.
I would like to have done that, and that was one of my first thoughts. to try to figure out how to either bring it around the tree, maybe you had 2 lanes that go around the tree or something like that. It's going to kill the roots. The tree won't make it. When you substantially change the drainage pattern of a tree, it's almost a death sentence for it. So, yeah, I thought about that, and I did want to try to do that, but I can't.
Mr. Neal?
Current drainage ditch over there right now that is impacting the tree?
Well, the real thing is that the county, when I put the road in eventually, they want me to keep that part to the right of that pecan tree. There's about a 16-foot shelf, so they can bring in a machine to clean out that ditch. So that's going to put it right up against that tree.
It's impacting your ability to have, yeah, I see where you are, but it seems like another design will lessen the number of lots, but it seems like you could meander through there. But
I'll say this to the board. I'd be more than happy to mitigate that tree and plant other trees in that area. All right, but as was said before, when this subdivision was put in, it probably was not a grand tree.
Yeah.
It's a grand tree now.
I understand. We'd have to mitigate it either way, though. If it gets approved, you're going to have to mitigate it.
And I look forward to it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone to speak in favor? All right, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? There's no one to speak in opposition to this application, so we shall close this matter to the public. Board, do you have questions of staff? No questions of staff? All right.
Well, I do have one. I mean, this is the arborist said this tree is a pretty good. What? How many inches? This is 27. So the mitigation plan requires how much? How many trees could they opt to? What size? Does that come down to?
That'd be inch per inch mitigation, with the smallest tree being used as a 2.5-inch caliper tree.
So 12 trees, 13 trees, something like that?
Roughly.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Or Sally, are you doing a quick calculation for us for what what the cost would be?
11 trees. 11 2.5-inch trees. It could, yeah, right.
Thank you.
How many, I didn't hear, how many trees?
11.
11 at a cost of about $450 each? Okay.
What kind of trees? Okay.
What's the question for Mr. Jordan? What kind of trees?
Yeah, we try to make something, ask for something similar and or something that is, it would be a canopy tree. So we definitely encourage people to do like oak, live oak species.
Grand oak?
Things like that, so, yeah.
Hopefully it would eventually become a
yeah.
grand oak.
If there's something specific that you would like, you could be more specific about a certain species if you wanted to see something in particular.
I mean, are we in discussion or just topics or?
Well, y'all were asking questions of staff, or we were asking questions of staff. So if we have no more questions of staff, we can move to a motion. Mr. Sadler? Mr. Truslow?
We approve the request for a variance. This matter involves a variance request to remove a 27-inch grand tree for purposes of land development. It's in the east area along Habersham Road. In general terms, relevant law and criteria are set forth in Zelda Ordinance Chapter 9 and 9.2 in particular. The application appears in good order. Notice has been provided. Jurisdiction's proper. The matter's been thoroughly and professionally investigated and reported by staff. The tree in question is located within an existing ingress-egress easement. This is a unique situation. It would, if this were not addressed, it would unreasonably restrict the use of the property. The criteria for a variance are set forth in section 3.10.6, and there's 7 criteria that we look at and consider. The reasoning has been stated. I would adopt and incorporate those by reference for the reasons that I've stated. So I would move to approve this request for a variance provided the recommendations by staff are adhered to.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second that, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any discussion? Mr. Neal?
I have a problem with it just because it's a 24-inch tree that is good shape. I mean, I've been pretty consistent on my votes on taking a tree out without seeing another option. And I asked the question, was there any other options? And they didn't really say, other than the drainage makes this property different. So I know I can tell I'm in the minority, but I'm not going to be able to support this motion. I think there's some problems here. I think we're getting too much here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Neal. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor of the motion to approve, please raise your right hand and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? We have one opposed. The motion carries. All right. Your application has...
I just have one question. If I choose to do a mitigating, not choose, but I'm going to mitigate the trees, can I do a larger, and this?
It'll be a question for staff. And
Yeah,
so staff will send you...
I should call them up and ask.
Yes, they'll send you
Okay.
some information within 10 days and follow up with them regarding the next steps in the process.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right. Thank you. All right. Our next case is BZA 0424000774, and it shall be presented by Mrs. Working.
Yes, so the applicant requested that we remove that one to the end. So I'm
Okay.
going to go with, but it's still going to be heard tonight.
All right, so we're BZA 7.
It's going to be heard tonight.
It's going to be heard at the close of the meeting, ma'am.
Is the applicant here, present? Yeah, I don't think he's here yet. He's going to be here around 7, but he's not here.
Okay. We understand your concerns. We do have a process we have to go through, though, and we will hear the case.
We're hearing the case tonight.
Yes, we will hear the case tonight. We understand.
Okay.
All right. BZA 0424000775.
6.
76.
Yeah. Is everyone on the right case? This is the one off of Highway 78.
Yes.
Okay, all right. The applicants, Blake Greco and Keith Saltzman of Drayton Parker Companies LLC, and the property owner, Michael A. Kovac, represented by Andrea Todd Burke of Kimley Horn Associates, are requesting a variance to locate the gasoline pump dispensers in front of the proposed gas station at 9581 Highway 78, which is TMS number 390000089 in the north area of Charleston County. The 3.27 acre subject property is located in the Community Commercial Zoning District on the corner of Highway 78 and Latson Road. Surrounding properties to the northwest are also located in the CC Zoning District. Properties north of the subject property are located in Berkeley County. Properties to the northeast and south are located in the city of North Charleston's jurisdiction, and the property to the west is located in the Industrial Zoning District. The project is currently in the site plan review process. The existing gas station and commercial buildings will be demolished, and the proposal is to construct a new gas station. This is the ordinance requirements and the 300-foot map. A zoomed in aerial, zoomed out. The posting, we posted the property on May 16th. Some photographs of the subject property. Highway 78, Latson Road, and then the site plan. And they provided some elevations as well. And 3D renderings. And this is just an example of some of the materials and colors. Plat. So regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it meets 1, 2, and 5. and it may meet 3, 4, 6, and 7. The board may approve with conditions, or deny the case based on the BZA's findings of fact. We do have 2 suggested conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And 2, the applicant shall install a 36 to 48-inch architectural wall in the right-of-way buffer. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Working. Do we have any questions for staff? Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are there any conditions on this property that, in your opinion, require the pumps to be up front? I mean, are there any things that are keeping us from rethinking this site, other than that the existing pumps are there now?
Can you repeat the first part of the question?
I'm just trying. I mean, this is a pretty large parcel, and I'm
Right.
trying to figure out why the pumps have to be up front. Is there any sort of condition that's keeping the applicant from having them anywhere else on site, or is it just really out of convenience?
I think I might can help with that, Jenny.
Okay. Thanks.
In other words, existing fuel tanks, things
I don't
like
feel
that.
very well. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, so I believe there's the applicant will probably elaborate on this a little more, but I believe there's some planned improvements for that intersection that will require some additional right-of-way to be dedicated. And so the concern is if they put a building at the building at the corner, that that could be in conflict with some of those improvements for the near future for that intersection. So they're trying to move the building back so they can allow for that.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway, but they can hopefully give you some a little more detailed information on that.
Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Any other questions for staff? Is the applicant present? If you would come forward and state your name and address for the record, and let us know why we should approve the application. And we'll hear just one of you at a time. We'll call you after he has a chance to present.
Sure. My name is Andrew Todd Burke. I'm a landscape architect with Kimley Horn. The address is 115 Fairchild Street on Daniel Island. As Sally mentioned, the reason that we are asking to have the pumps in the front is a few reasons, but the first and main concern of ours is that there are impending improvements on Highway 78 that's happening. And as of now, the design is not set for what those improvements will look like. Based on meetings that we've had with the county project manager, that we also kind of had a joint meeting with the county project manager for the road widening project as well as the site plan review. We kind of all got together in a room, and basically they're still working on the final design. They are probably 4 to 5 years away from construction, and still maybe next year might have the design finalized. And so in order to provide flexibility with the potential widening and improvements at that intersection, we have proposed to put the gas tanks or the pumps in the front of the site and the store to the rear, as you heard, based on the flexibility that it is feasible to move pumps backwards in a site, or much more feasible, I should say, than to demolish a building and move that back if the improvements require more right-of-way than we anticipate. Some other concerns, number one, Parker's has had some history with this happening actually in other jurisdictions where the initial right-of-way thought ended up being more, and it was after construction, so a lot of improvements that were put in had to be removed and pulled back. So it's really in order to alleviate, a similar future problem. Additionally, there are some existing tanks on site, as I heard one of the board members mention. They are being currently monitored right now to make sure that they're in good order and to see if there's any leaching into groundwater or anything like that. So there are, potential soil contamination considerations that could affect placement of a building up where the existing tanks are up in the front. I cannot confirm that that is the case right now. They are being monitored. We hope that there's not any contamination and no remediation will be necessary. But if so, putting a building on top of the contaminated soil would not be okay.
Thank you.
And happy to answer any questions if you guys have any.
Mr. Board members, do you guys have questions for the applicant? No? All right, well, you're free to sit down. Is there anyone else to speak in favor of this application? State your name and address for the record, and then why we should approve it.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Daniel Ben Israel. I'm the Real Estate Development Manager for Drayton Parker Companies and Parker's Kitchen. My address is 171 Crossroads Parkway in Savannah, Georgia. I'd like to state that, to note, which you've probably already noticed, that this is a major redevelopment of a very prominent corner on Highway 78. It's a big investment for us. We've looked at several options for store orientation, canopy orientation, what have you, and we came up what we feel is the best option given all of the factors that we have to consider, not only the right-of-way widening and improvement project that the county is working on with SEDOT, but as Andrew mentioned, the contamination that's currently on the site. In fact, there actually is an open case, DHEC case on the property, and so we will have to contend with contaminated soils and possibly groundwater in redeveloping this site. So all of those factors were taken into consideration, and so we worked with staff to look at how we can improve the corner, how we can address the concerns of the ordinance by virtue of putting up that decorative architectural wall, in addition to building our what we consider to be a custom design convenience store with our mansard canopy and the what we consider to be a very, very aesthetically pleasing finish on the store itself, being a brick finish with lime wash and with roof detail, the brick, very, very sophisticated brick detail on the exterior of the building, sconces on the exterior of the building, et cetera. And so we think it's going to look really nice on that corner, and the embellishments that we've included on the canopy, as well as the architectural wall that we intend to construct, will, I think, accomplish, if you will, the mission of the ordinance and be in keeping with the spirit of the ordinance. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have for me.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Board members? Lost a board member. All right. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? All right, we will close the public hearing portion of this case, and I will ask my board members first if we've got any questions of staff after the applicant's presentation. Don't believe we have any, so we'll entertain a motion. Mr. Seidel, do you want to take one?
Mr. Chairman, I'll go ahead and I'll move to approve the variance, but I would defer to you. I'd move to approve the variance to request the relocation of gas pumps on Highway 78 in the north area. This is a commercial area in general terms. This application is governed by Zelda Chapter 9. The application is in proper form. It's properly noticed. It's been thoroughly investigated. The facts are clear. The criteria for approval are set forth in Ordinance 3.10.6, 1 through 7. The reasons have been set forth in the in this for the criteria are stated. I would incorporate or adopt by reference the responses and find that each of the criteria have been met, including the really unique geometry of this property that doesn't apply to other properties. Strict compliance with the ordinance would impose an undue hardship on the applicant. The public will not be harmed. I factored in right-of-way adjustments on Highway 78, and certainly this application for a variance is not inconsistent with the county's comprehensive plan. So for those reasons, I would move that we grant the application for a variance subject to the recommendations made by staff. That's my motion.
Thank you, Mr. Trousseau. We got a motion and a second by Mr. Neal. Did I hear that? Okay. Any discussion? All right. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand and signify by saying aye. 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 That was unanimous, so there are none opposed. So your application has been granted. You'll hear from staff within 10 business days of the next steps in the process. So
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Mr. Williams asked me to tell you and put it in the record that he had to go home because he just got a message his children are sick.
That's a very good reason to leave. Fortunately, we still have a quorum, so we can keep going.
Is that next one able to go through with all these people that are waiting?
Miss Working, or is the applicant here for the case that we had skipped?
I don't know. Do you- Yeah, I don't know if he's here or not. I've never met him before. Oh, okay.
Go with that one next. These people are waiting.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Why don't you do it now?
Can we go him
Do you
now?
want him at the end of the docket or you want him now? I'm so confused.
Are you good if we go ahead and do it now? Because we do have a lot of people that have been here specifically for this case for quite some time.
It doesn't matter to me, but I'm getting messages from all over the place.
He's here.
What?
He says he's ready to go forward. Let's move forward with this case.
Yes.
Which case?
All right, so this is
774.
774. All right, so the next case we shall hear will be BZA 0424000774, which will be presented by Ms. Workings.
The applicant and property owner Bennett Rogers of DRB Group, South Carolina LLC, is requesting a variance to reduce the required 25-foot front street side setback along an ingress-egress easement for a proposed detached two-car garage at 3104 Sandy Pearl Way, which is TMS number 56100000652 in the east area of Charleston County. The subject property and surrounding properties to the east, west, and south are located in the Special Management S3 zoning district. The properties to the north are in the town of Mount Pleasant's jurisdiction. The 18-lot John Bellum subdivision was recorded on January 29, 2024. The 0.29 acre property, lot number 2, is vacant. The lot is a double frontage lot located at the corner of John Bellum Road and Sandy Pearl Way. The subject property contains a 20-foot wide private ingress-egress easement that borders the southern property line of lot number 2 and is used to access lot number 1. This is the zoning ordinance requirements, the 300-foot radius map, zoomed in aerial and zoomed out. We posted the property on May 16th. A couple photos of the subject property and the surrounding roads. This is the site plan, so you can see the garage is entirely in the setback in the plat. Staff stated that the request meets 1, 2, and 5, and then it may meet 3, 4, and 7, and that it may not meet number 6. The board may approve with conditions or deny this case based on the BZA's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. We didn't have any suggested conditions for this.
Thank you, Mrs. Workings. Do we have questions of staff? Mr. Neal.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm confused on the plat. I guess this is the plat or it's the site plan. Yeah, that one right there. There's stuff at the top that says 20-foot private HOA easement, ingress-egress easement. Is that a alley? Is that a road that connects different lots back there? And then the
Yeah.
two-car garage is, what is the variance for? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah,
The
I can
20, going from required 25-foot setback to nothing?
Correct. So to answer your first question, the egress goes to lot number 1. It's the only lot that it goes to. And then if you see the red arrows, that's showing the garage, and it is in the setback. the entire setback. So we're measuring the setback from the dotted line, the ingress egress.
It doesn't show it on mine. I'm looking on yours, though. So the bottom red one, this one is the beginning of it, and that's where the 25 feet should be?
Yes,
So it's sitting in the entire 25-foot area?
correct.
Is the pavement, the HOA easement, is that intruding into the variant, into the setback, or not just the building?
No, we're taking that setback measurement from that ingress egress. It's not, the garage isn't going into that.
So they can do anything they want with the HOA easement. They can put a concrete drive in there. That's not a big deal. Right. That's just between them and the HOA.
Right.
Is the HOA a big group, or is it just the developed lots or something like that?
I don't know much about the HOA, but it is an 18-lot subdivision.
Okay, I'll ask the applicant that.
This is it.
Okay, but the variance he's requesting is for the two-car garage,
Correct.
and the entire area of it is inside that setback.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Working, why is John Ballum Road, why does it have a 10-foot no-access buffer off of that, just out of curiosity?
I believe that was a condition of approval for all the lots that border it. And that's one reason we're not considering this a triple frontage lot. So that's considered an interior side.
You have a road from which access could be made to Lot 1, and instead we're putting in an egress easement, right? I mean,
Right, because of that buffer.
yeah, it seems kind of counterintuitive. Okay, so my next question is, does this have to be a 20-foot easement? Could it be a 10-foot easement? I mean, it's one property.
I think it has to be a 20-foot
Is that?
for emergency access.
Okay. So emergency vehicles couldn't access it from the road, from John Pelham Road. Sorry.
Ballum Road?
Yeah, I mean, could a fire truck not park on the John Ballum Road or is this for, I guess it's emergency, like EMS? Just trying to think through some logic here. Just trying to find some other ways for minimizing impact to this property. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other questions for staff? All right, thank you, Mrs. Working. Is the applicant here? Please come forward and state your name and address and tell us why we should approve the application, and please confirm that you have been sworn in.
I have been sworn in. My name is Bennett Rogers. I live at 362 Meadow Breeze Lane, Charleston, South Carolina. Why I'm coming to asking for this zoning appeal request, I'm treating this lot 2, as its own single lot.
You wasn't sworn in.
I was here earlier
Yeah.
at 4 a.m. and sworn in with the group. And so what I'm requesting is that this setback of an ingress-egress easement, we're treating it as a front line, a front setback. What I'm requesting is it's treated as an interior line setback. Detached garage accessory structures can have a 3-foot setback off of any interior lot line. And so that is what I'm making the request for. That site plan that you guys have the ability to view right now is showing what I originally applied for with our building permit, not pulling the garage 3 feet off of that ingress-egress easement. What I would like to propose is that it is 3 feet off that ingress-egress easement. We're treating that ingress-egress easement as a interior lot line. And reasoning being is because Lot 2 is provided with its own hardship because it's providing access to Lot 1. And then we're still, if it's moved 3 feet off that ingress-egress easement, it is still 6 feet off of the primary structure, which would be abiding by the zoning ordinance as well. I would also propose that we could turn the garage so it accesses it in parallel with the ingress-egress easement. So there's no safety danger of somebody backing out of that garage and Lot 1 homeowner exiting or entering their property and by chance hitting the person that's coming in and out of the garage. And really, those are my comments, and that's what I'm asking. I'm asking for us to treat the ingress-egress easement as an interior lot line setback for the accessory structure.
Mr. Marchant?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So thank you for your testimony and coming back. So are you suggesting if it was treated as an interior lot, then you would only have to be 3 feet off of the ingress egress? So you wouldn't even be here?
That's correct. If we were treating the ingress-egress easement as an interior lot line setback, then I can make the detached garage work and we wouldn't be here on this. But that is why I'm here, to try and get that.
But right now, we're treating it as a front.
As
correct?
a front line,
Okay.
yes,
Thank you.
exactly.
Mr. Neal?
I'm going to ask the dumb question. Why do we need to approve this? I mean, why do you have to have the garage there? I mean, I know that's stupid, but I mean, one of the variance request criteria is the need for this variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. If you didn't have the garage there, we wouldn't need this variance.
With the aesthetics of the community, we have along John Ballum Road, where that no access buffer, it's all alley-fed homes. So it is 10 lots going across down the line, lots 1 through 10. They all have detached garages, so it's in continuation with the architectural aesthetics of the community, and that's our approach to.
Except your other lots back up to other lots that are like it. This lot backs up to somebody else's lot. This backs up to some folks named James, Kevin, Betty, Sneed.
So lots 11 through 18 in our community are all front-load garage access lots. And so in keeping with trying to promote our, look and appeal of the community, we want the front of our homes on these lots 1 through 10 that face John Ballum Road, face the front. So as you're driving into the community, you're not looking at backyards and you're not looking at fences.
I understand that. I understand that aesthetic. And one follow-up on this, because I'm sure we're going to hear from the community here. Have you reached out to whoever these nice Sneed, James, Kevin, Betty Sneed?
To Kevin Sneed, I have.
Kevin Sneed, and they are in support of this?
They're in support of, whatever you guys approve.
Oh, okay.
Is his response.
That's a good answer.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Jordan.
Well, since we used the word community, first of all, I'd like to ask the staff, have you got any comments sent to y'all about this request? None? Okay, but you mentioned one person or two, whatever it was, that you have been in contact. Have you been in contact with anybody else that lives in the area?
In terms of this matter, I have not.
Okay.
Just the adjacent properties in Lot 1 currently. It's owned by DRB Group South Carolina. There's a sales contract ratified on Lot 1.
But there is some people that live around it, right?
That's correct.
And
yes,
you hadn't
sir.
reached out to them?
Not in terms of this exact zoning appeal that I'm bringing
Thank
up.
you.
Do we have other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? All right, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? Sir, I saw your hand first. Please state your name and address for the record.
Henry Balaam, 1420 6 Mile Road, corner of 6 Mile and John Bellum Road. When I went to the county to build my house, they told me what setback I needed to have. I abide by those setbacks. Now you got these contractors coming in, they're not abiding by the rules that everybody else abides by. There's a drainage ditch along John Ballum Road, a 30-foot drainage ditch. They're saying their property starts in the middle of that ditch and the setback's supposed to be 25 feet. So is it supposed to be from the middle of the ditch or from the shoulder of the ditch? The way I'm looking at it on the plan, it should be 40 feet from the center of the ditch. Because if the ditch is 30 feet wide, that means my family gave up 15 feet years ago, and McManus's gave up 15 feet. That's for a drainage ditch. And this, in the plan, it says, nothing's to be built within that 15 feet. So their properties have to start at the end of that 15 feet and runs back to the house. Their house is starting from the center of the ditch, goes back for 25 feet. Their property is only 11 feet from the shoulder of the ditch. So even on the backside, there's a drainage ditch on the backside. They're not honoring the drainage ditches. They're trying to get setbacks to, I don't know. If you got a lot that's 500 feet wide, why try to build a house that's 400 feet? And you know you got to have setback. That's my point. Thank you.
Well, hold one second, Mr. Ballum. Mr. Neal?
I'd like that, if we could pull up the aerial, I'd like to understand where that ditch is in comparison to the plat, so, or either, however you can describe it. Can you point out where this drainage ditch that you're referring to is?
Right along John Bellum Road?
Which one is John's Island Road? I know, I see John
Ballum.
John Ballum Road.
And there's a drainage ditch that comes back behind the second lot, where they're not telling you everything.
Right here?
They're putting another garage in the back over that other house that needs a variance also. They're not telling you about that one.
We can only hear the application that's been presented to us. We have to trust staff that if another variance is needed, that they will bring it to our attention as well.
Yeah, but they're framing it up. They're building it.
And that would be a matter for staff to investigate and make sure they're in compliance with the permits that have been issued for the project. Right now, we have to deal with this particular request that's in front of us tonight. It's the only purview this board has. We don't have purview over anything else they're constructing at the moment.
Thank you.
I got a question.
But we still have questions for you, so please stay at the podium. So, Mr. Jordan.
I believe I heard the applicant say that, the trend now is two-car garages?
That's what he said, yes.
Is that the trend in your part of the community? Two garages?
I'm right across the street.
So before this was brought up, how many two-car garages in close to your area?
None.
It's just
All the rest of the houses in there have a one-car garage.
But now it's just the new thing is what's coming up after y'all. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Balaam?
Just point of reference, he referenced where he lives. You have the plat, or can you see it? Where's your house in conjunction with the blue square? What number would it be up here?
That would be number 060.
060? Okay, across the street on John Ballum.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for showing up.
Now, one of the things we will do is confirm the request that we have in front of us is not a variance on the front side where the drainage ditch is that you're referring to. It's on the other side of the property, if I'm reading the plans correctly, on the back side of the property. So we'll verify with staff that is the only variance that's needed for this, but that's the only matter that we can actually consider tonight.
Okay, what about the variance for the house?
No, we don't have one.
You're not saying that?
There's no variance for the house, no, sir. All right. Is there anyone else to speak in opposition?
Apologize for my voice. I'll do the best I can. My name is Diane Jefferson. I reside at 2242 John Ballum Road, Mount Pleasant, South Carolina, 29466. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here today to voice the Ballum family's concern in opposition to any further variances to the property located between John Ballum Road and David Green Road in the historical settlement community in Mount Pleasant known as Liberty Hill. In this case, the developer is requesting a variance for a detached garage that exceeds the current lot size. It is our understanding that when a company submits plan to build a community, the building location as well as its required size and setbacks must be considered. In this case, the builder wants to include a garage of a certain size and the location, but they neglected to factor the proper size of their lot. When they designed, they failed to meet the requirement for setbacks, and if setbacks are is a valid purpose for setbacks being established by various governing body, isn't it imperative that we follow these guidelines? If they're vital to maintaining a given standard or a look for a community, it would be chaos if each of us were allowed to make up new rules on a daily basis. All must be required to adhere to the law. In this case, ladies and gentlemen, it appears that many accommodations have been made for the developer with little regard to the established settlement. This property has been in the Balaam family since prior to 1893, and we, just as the other family, don't take that lightly. And we are asking you guys today to consider denying this request. A garage, if this gentleman had come and said he had a small lot and he needed to be able to put a house there because of the cost of everything else, I would be inclined to kind of give that consideration. But a garage is not a requirement. Just for correction, Mr. Balaam, when asked about the two-car garage, my home is the only one that has a two-car garage, but it's not a two-car garage that's separate from the house. And what this development is proposing is not aesthetic to this community at all. There's no other house that has a house facing this way on the right hand. When I'm facing John Balaam Road going this way, on the right hand side, there's some houses there with a house facing the driveway to that house is on the back side. So the front of the house is facing toward John Balaam Road. And then there's a road that comes between the two houses. And then the houses that are adjacent to John Balaam Road, they're facing John Balaam Road. That is the most stupidest design I've seen, that you got the front of one house facing the back of another house. I'm a realtor, and I don't have a problem with development. That's not what my issue is. But I have a definite problem with development coming in and wanting to do just whatever they want to do on our property. John Balaam Road was dedicated by Charleston County on October 7th of 1986 as dedicated to the property owners. County has yet to explain to me or the Balaam family how in the world you approve dedicated to the property owners a 50-foot right-of-way, and then you have a plat that says dedicated to the public. I don't know when the change was made. I'm not going to say who made the change, but we have clarification now on how the change was made. John Balaam Road, in our opinion, is private property, and it's a part of our property, including on our tax map. And since that time, we have paid taxes on that property. We are kind, because we're in the process of a lawsuit, that they were allowed to come across our property to get to their property to do what they need to do. But this matter is in no means settled. This matter is going to go before court, and we're going to get a decision. But in the meantime, all we've had is trouble. We get disrespected on every hand.
Ms. Jefferson, can I ask you a question? And
Yes.
one reason why I'm hitting pause just for a second is because you have exceeded the 2 minutes that we typically allow for public comment. So, but in consideration of that, you brought up a point that I would like to explore, and you mentioned that there's a lawsuit in place between parties out there. Can you expound upon who are the parties in this particular lawsuit that you mentioned?
John, the Balaam family, Charleston County, the town of Mount Pleasant, and the builders, if not already, has been added to that suit.
And that's specific to who owns the roadway?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Do we have other questions for Ms. Jefferson?
Sir, if I could add one thing. In addition to the roadway, John Balaam Road, because it was and is a private road, our property sits here. John Balaam Road sits here. Our property sits here again, and the drainage ditch sits after that. So we have property on both sides of John Balaam Road, and it is no way possible for them to get over there except they cross over our property. And they're trespassing on a regular basis and becoming very, very disrespectful to the point that we've had to put trespass notice on some people, and we're not getting the cooperation that we should get from county officials just as citizens to ask questions. If I call the county and say I have a problem with drainage, or if I have a problem with debris being left into the water, into the drainage ditch, why can't you answer me as a citizen? That has nothing to do with the lawsuit. I changed the question. I asked them, in Charleston County, what is the requirement for drainage easement with regards to debris from the site going into the ditch, and they're refusing to clean it up?
Mrs. Jefferson, right now you're moving into some space that this board has absolutely no purview over and can't answer those questions for you.
So let me just repeat one thing and then I'll be finished. It is the belief and understanding of the Balaam family that this company should not be granted any further adjustments. They've been given plenty already. And I think that we deserve something on the second half of this until we get this matter cleared up. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for her if she'll stay.
Yes.
The Sandy Pearl Way on this plat says private right-of-way. Is that something that is in dispute as well as part of the access to this former property, or is that part of the developer's private road for homeowner association? You might not be able to answer that. It might be a question.
I can answer it.
Okay, well, go ahead. Tell me what you know.
I put the road in. I know every inch of this road. Sandy Pearl Road was given name when the developer came in. They got it under some pretense in the first place because John Balaam Road for all these years have been a private road, and an address was given supposedly to put a mobile home over there. When that's the first time we noticed that somebody was claiming other than private. So we addressed the county with regards to that matter, and they disputed me for a little while. But John, and apologize because I don't know his last name, but I call him John the Dookie Man because every time I show up, he runs to the bathroom. He gave an address to this individual. Now, these people on the McManus track have been there a long time.
Okay.
They had water, and they had property, and they had whatever.
That's fine. I was just trying to, you brought up some comments about the access and easement and stuff.
Once they get past our property, then whatever they name their road,
I understand. Well, like I said, we can only vote on the variance that's in front of us tonight, but you're giving us very good information in history. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Mr. Truslow?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Ma'am, thank you so much for coming. Appreciate it, and you were very helpful. I have a question I don't know the answer to, although I travel in that area frequently. You were talking about private versus public roads. I'm trying to understand, and I need your help. Who is the road, are the roads you're talking about paved or are they unpaved? And then who maintains them?
Well, Charleston County can't say they ever maintained John Balaam Road except for about 4 or 5 sandbags one time. That's it. John Balaam Road was put in by us. John Balaam Road has been maintained by us since its inception and even unto now. We don't get any services other than a garbage can pickup from any agency.
Who paved it? Who?
Oh, they do that process that they do by throwing a name when a developer comes through, throw that name on a list, and then they go ahead and say they want to do something. But County Council approved a specific task for the workers that was to come out and fix the drainage ditch for Ms. Jefferson because the drainage ditch was not being maintained, and I told them that I was going to consider them in the breach of contract of the 1962 agreement, and that I was going to close the drainage ditch for failure to maintain their part of the agreement. They came out and redug the ditch, in the process removing the irons.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to understand the road itself. John Balaam Road, it's paved. Was it paved by the county, or did y'all, the neighbors?
They were asked they were asked to do a task. They should have done with their task. They were told not to put nothing on there. They've been asked to come take it up, recycle it, and take it wherever. Instead, they want to tell me about people losing their job because they use taxpayers' funds to pave a road. We didn't need a paved road. We had a solid road.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much, Ms. Jefferson. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to this project?
George Freeman, 1450 Bowman Road, president of the Cage Organization. Our mission is to protect and improve the quality of life, like the community of the Bellum Road. I'm a little confused about this because when I first started this project was, I thought it was a Mount Pleasant project. I was surprised when I saw a request for a variance for this one single lot because, and I see you put the plat up that shows the entire subdivision, but this one lot is by itself. But I won't repeat what the other people have already said, but I'll just make it clear, like, my understanding when you come for a variance, there's a hardship. I don't see any hardship here because you have a big enough lot to build in any way you want to build, and you could have, I've seen a lot of houses built in Mount Pleasant where the garage is in the back, where you build one straight houses where the garage is attached right in the back, and they can put it in 2-car garage if they want to. So I don't know what all the criteria are, but I know one criteria, there's no hardship here as far as I can see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Freeman? Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to this project? Ma'am, you've had a moment to speak already. So.
I just want to ask her, she mentioned some numbers when she was up and I wasn't able to get it. If she could repeat those numbers, ask her like what stipulations apply or something. Maybe that was standing up before.
Yeah, are so ma'am, we'll get back to that. You're asking whether or not Ms. Working, some numbers she repeated in her presentation. She was specifically referring to the criterion that have to be met in order for us to grant the variance and staff's assessment of whether or not those criterion were met. You can approach her after the meeting to get those numbers. All right. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to this request? All right. There's no one else here to speak in opposition to this request. The applicant has a chance to rebut. So if you would like to come forward and provide some additional information or respond to the comments that you've heard, please, you can do so at this time.
I appreciate all the comments. A couple things I want to mention. On lot 1, we have a detached garage there. It is within, I believe, 6 feet of the rear property line on both sides of it. And those are interior lot lines, and so there is no zoning variance request needed there. That site plan has been approved, and we are actively building that home. In terms of the roads within John Baum, they're all...
So to clarify that, Lot 1, this zoning request is going through Lot 2. And
That's
lot
right. It was
1
just a
is
question that came up earlier. As well as other questions with the HOA. Sandy Pearl Way is a private access into the site. So is, I think it's Crack Turtle Lane and Crack Shell Lane. They're all going to be maintained by the HOA. Those 3 roads that you see there on that plat, the one entering from John Bellum Road and then that loop that goes around. Outside of clarifications, I don't have any rebuttals. I've stated my request, and I understand my approach of aesthetics within the 18-lot community versus their approach of aesthetics outside of the community. So I'll let you guys take it from here. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. We'll start with Mr. Seidel. Several times he's tried to speak tonight.
He just needs to hit me.
I was just looking at the layout of the lot. Why not just move the garage over and not ask for a variance?
We then come too close to the house. It needs to be 6 feet away from the primary structure of the house. And so we really have we can move it forward and back on that lot with that home, but we can't move it closer to the home, and that's why I'm approving the variance.
Were you talking about being too close to the home?
If I were to become 25 feet off of that ingress egress easement, I'm in the house. There isn't room really to move the detached garage.
So could we just, is this the diagram? I just want to try and understand that. This is the diagram?
Yeah, that's the current site plan.
Okay, so the setback is the red line, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you move it, you can't move it to the left on this.
No. It'd still be requesting the same variance.
it comes down to. It shouldn't, if it's going to have a garage, it's got to have a setback.
Right, this is considered to have double road frontage because of the access easement along the rear of the property to allow the Lot 1 owner to get to their property. And so the 25-foot setback, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong here, applies on both Sandy Pearl Way and on the 20-foot private HOA easement, and that 25-foot setback starts at the edge of the easement, not at the edge of his property boundary.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'll just do another follow-up. I mean, one of the comments I heard in opposition to you was there's no hardship, and I understand that you're asking us to look at this as an interior lot so that you can get the variance, but that's not a hardship. I mean, I don't see how the hardship is. So I have a hard time supporting it. I think you have a lot that doesn't have a garage. I mean, we're here in opposition that a lot of people and the neighbors don't want it. So I always hate to vote for something that people are against it, but I am always reasonable too. And the reasonable solution to me here is this house just doesn't have a garage, or find a way to put it a smaller garage or one-car garage in a different layout. So I just think that there's a lot of other ways to do this. So I can't support a motion that does because of number 6. I think you're creating your own problem here. If you don't have the garage, you don't need a variance. So, but I mean, I'm just one vote, so.
No, I understand that request. My take on it is, Lot 2 is hindered because it's providing access to Lot 1, and I've stated that earlier.
I understand, yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you very much for your time this evening. All right, this matter is closed to the public at this time. Are there any additional questions of staff from the board members? Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification from staff, based on the plat that we have as an exhibit in our packet, it looks like the town of Mount Pleasant owns John Bylam Road. Is that correct? I mean, I'm just looking at the plat. So the county starts at the property line and moves south, and the town of Mount Pleasant starts at the property line and moves north. Is that correct? See where it says town of Mount Pleasant, right away, 50-foot right away?
It just says type 6 uni. When I click on the line.
If you look above lot 6, 7, and 8, it says town of Mount Pleasant, 50-foot right away. I'm just trying to.
I'm looking at GIS.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm clicking on the road. It's saying it's Muni.
So that's Mount Pleasant.
Yeah. And it says type 6.
What does that mean?
Muni means municipality.
Meaning town of Mount Pleasant, right?
Type 6. Maintenance type 6.
Right.
So the town of Mount Pleasant owns John Bylam Road. The county, or has jurisdiction over, the county has jurisdiction over this neighborhood, correct? This new neighborhood. Okay. Just want to, because there's a lot of guessing out there. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? All right. Do we have a motion for this particular request?
I make a motion to deny.
I will need a motion in order for us to move forward. It can be a motion to approve, a motion to deny, a motion to defer. We have lots of options here, but I will need a motion tonight.
I'm not going to string you out. You know everybody is, and you know where I am.
Nobody wants to touch it.
I mean, perhaps it's worth a comment around criteria 6, and I'm struggling with that because for the developer, he's trying to create consistent design across the entire development, some homogeneity, but their own rules are creating their own problems for themselves, and any good architect can make this work. So that's what I'm struggling with. I mean, it is the owner's own action in my mind, and so I'm struggling with criteria number 6.
All right.
Can I get a motion from
Yep,
a board member?
I'll
please?
if you'll give me the floor. I move, let's see. This is 774, case BZA 0424000774. For the variance request, I make a motion to deny the variance request for the 25-foot front street side setback along with an ingress egress easement for proposed detached two-car garage. I feel it does not meet criteria 6.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, we got a motion and we got a second from Mr. Marchant already. You got discussion point?
I do.
All right, Mr.
As
Jordan.
we have done before, at this moment, do we want to offer this gentleman the chance to defer?
Well, we have already have a motion that we have to, we gotta follow through with. Unless you're going to try to make a motion to defer and get somebody to second that, we table one motion and go to another one.
I'll try. I'll make a motion to defer.
It's a motion to table.
It's already a motion on the table.
Yeah, there's a motion on the table. May I have one point of discussion to follow up on the motion?
Sure.
The reason I'm doing the denial is I understand the aesthetics. I understand what the developer is trying, or the applicant is trying to do here. I just think that this one lot is a problem lot, and instead of using that as an asset for the developer to say, hey, I got a problem lot, give me one variance, go back and redesign the house, maybe redesign the lot, redesign the layout, and maybe it works a little bit better. This does have Sandy Pearl Way. It's sticking out there with lot 1 and lot 2. I just think there's another way to do this one, and he could probably still keep it within the aesthetics. Maybe it's a smaller house. Who knows? Could be a smaller house with a smaller garage. There are people out there that want smaller stuff. So I just think this is the definition of number 6. The need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. This one is. Thank you.
I would think
Don't we have a motion to table and a second? And
Can I say something else?
Hold on one second, please. Can I get some advice here?
Yeah.
Which way to proceed?
Okay, so you have a motion is to, what was, his motion was
To defer. But he didn't say to table it. So we got to hear this one first, right? Yeah. All right.
My friend
Mr.
on the
Jordan.
end basically has already said this, but I have a lot of respect for Mr. Marchant and his profession. He knows this stuff. I don't. So I respect that. So when I hear him say a good architect can work this out, that makes me think there's room to consider deferment and let them work it out, if they at least try.
The deferment, you'd have to come back with a different plan, so deferment would help them. You got to vote this down. If it votes down, then he can come back with another plan 60 days, 90 days from now. If he comes out and works out a different plan, that this application is no good anyway. So that's why I'm always working for a deferral or workout. But a new plan is going to be not this plan, and we have to vote on this plan.
Can I ask a question to staff? All right. Who subdivided this? Who created the original subdivision for this property that would have created the easement from lot 1 to lot 2? It is the easement that was created that's creating the need for an additional 25-foot setback.
Who recorded the easement?
you still have a motion on the table.
All right. Well, is there any other discussion? And the reason why I'm asking that question is specifically whether or not it's the
while they're
applicant's own
searching,
action.
I'll just sort of throw some food out there for thought, for discussion. And I know this is not, we do not deal with precedent a lot up here, but we've had situations in the past where we've had a developer come in, create their own development,
Created their own hardships.
with their own criteria, their own setbacks. They come to the county and then they ask for a variance from their own doings, and in some ways it's kind of hard to have criteria 6 meet that. It's just, they created the plats, they created the opportunities for maximizing the amount of residences on a piece of property, which requires some design thinking. And the easy way is you put an ingress egress and ask for variance. The hard way is you redesign the house. And so I think from a strictly just a criteria standpoint, it's what I'm suggesting is find a different solution, because they're creating their own, this is their action.
Well, that's what I'm curious about. If somebody else actually created this subdivision and then sold it to someone else, is it the result of their Dan Ryan, okay. All right. Well, the plat says it's Dan Ryan Builder, so I believe our attorney just answered the question for us. So, all right.
Are we voting on my motion first?
No, we're not. We have to vote the other motion first.
But I hadn't withdrew it. I thought mine was.
But there was
deferred.
already another motion on the floor.
There was a motion on the table already.
Okay.
All right. So all those in favor of the motion to deny this request, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. Right up on this one. All those opposed? Mr. Truesdale, were you?
I voted with the majority.
Okay. All right. So this motion has been denied.
No, it was unanimous.
It was unanimous. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Sir, you'll receive information from staff within 10 business days regarding the next the next steps in this process. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
How much more we got? 2?
Ms. Workings, can you confirm that we have 2 more cases left, but they are combined, correct? Okay.
They're combined?
I mean, this is
Good.
back to.
Can you hold out for one more?
Freezing down here, man. Golly. Cold in here.
I'm going to take a hike.
Good. They could probably turn the house.
We need to do like jumping jacks or something.
I know.
So cold.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have to move forward with our next case. If you guys want to continue discussions, please move outside with discussions. Okay, Ms. Workings, are we on 777 and 778?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
And the applicant and property owner is Michael Melton of Melton and Katz Ventures LLC. It's requesting 2 variances for a proposed hair salon at 1100 St. Andrews Boulevard, which is TMS number 418-06-00084 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and properties to the north and south are located in St. Andrews Area Overlay Community Commercial CC Zoning District. The surrounding properties to the east and west are located in the City of Charleston's jurisdiction. The applicant is requesting a total of 2 variances. The first variance, ending in 00777, is a request to reduce the required 75-foot access drive separation by 8.5 feet to 66.5 feet from the Gunn Avenue and St. Andrews Boulevard intersection, and to reduce or eliminate the required land use buffer along the property line adjacent to TMS number 418-06-00083 for a proposed parking lot. And that's the Zeldar requirement for that case. Case number 2, ending in 00778, is a variance request to reduce the 8-foot perimeter landscape area required along the property line adjacent to TMS number 418-06-00086 for proposed parking. And again, this is the Zeldar requirement for that. The project is currently in the site plan review process. The 0.17 acre property has double frontage on St. Andrews Boulevard and Gunn Avenue. The property contains a single-family residence built in 1949 per Charleston County records that is being converted into a hair salon. Sorry. This is the 300-foot radius map, and then the aerial photo, zoomed out. We posted the property on May 16th. Photographs of the subject property, Gunn Avenue, and St. Andrews Boulevard. They provided a copy of the comprehensive plan map for the area, and again, the site plan, and some site details and plat. So regarding the criteria, you stated that it meets 1, 2, 3, and 5, and that it may meet 4, 6, and 7. The board may approve of conditions, or deny the request based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary. We do have one recommended condition, and that's prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. That's it.
Do we have any questions for staff?
I do. I'm just trying to get the location here. Gunn Road, is it Gunn Road, Gunn Avenue? I mean, this is right here at, what is that, CVS right there at the fork? Is that what, St. Andrews Boulevard? Yeah,
Yeah,
right,
you can
right.
see Old Town Road on there. On
Yeah.
this.
So Old Town Road is where you're going off to the right towards Charlestown Landing, correct?
Mhm.
And then the left there is 61, right? Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other questions for staff? Mr. Marchant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Working, is, excuse me, the driveway that's being proposed is at the existing curb cut, correct?
Correct.
So, I mean, essentially, I'm assuming that at one point, this was the drive for whatever was there.
Correct.
And so they're just asking to come within compliance of the existing condition, essentially?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? All right. Thank you, Mrs. Working. Is the applicant present? Would you come forward and state your name and address and tell us why we should approve this application?
I'm Michael Melton. My address is 103 Bogard Street in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm the owner of this property, and I'm looking to make it into a hair salon as stated. The variances are all things that are pre-existing conditions that I can't really do anything about other than not do the project. The curb cut that was mentioned is present and was there prior to me purchasing the property. There were 2 lots instead of 1. And from the request of the county, I abandoned the property line and got a new survey and made it all one so that I could fit my property, fit my parking on the lot of the building. And the situation of the curb cut, it was permitted and it was approved by DHEC, and I'm only asking that it get to stay as is. I'm not asking for it to change. I'm just asking to not have to take some of it away. The variance of the 12 and a half variance in between from the property behind me. I believe it's ending in 083. It's my understanding that the variance can be cut in half if there's a fence in place. The buffer, the setback runs actually through my building, so I can't really do anything about that. But in some areas, if I do put in a fence, it meanders and I do end up with half, which would apply to the variance of putting the fence in. I'm not looking to encroach on any of my neighbors, and I am on the side where my parking is bordering. You'll see on the diagram, the buffer is an 8-foot planting barrier, and I'm not looking to do anything other than what my neighbor's doing. My neighbor at 08 TMS ending in 086. My parking will only border their parking, and they have a chain link fence in place already. So my point is I'm not really looking to do anything other than just have my property there, and I have to have 6 parking spaces to be able to have 3 stations, and that's what the building will work as. And I've had this building for 3 years, and I've tried to rent it out as a residence. It was not successful. I then tried to sell it as a residence. It was not successful. The only way that I could sell it is if I went ahead and did this, had all of this approved so I could then sell it commercially. And if I'm going to do that, then I might as well proceed with my project. So I'm here to ask you to let me do my project based on all the things that I have no control of, and I'm trying to abide by all of the rules as much as I can.
Well, thank you, Mr. Melton, for your presentation.
Thank
Let
you.
me check with my board members and see if we have questions for you. Are there any questions for the applicant? All right. Mr. Neal.
Yeah, I noticed that there was opposition letters. Have you been able to reach out to people? The ones I read said that they were not able to reach out to you. Were you able to reach out to any of those people?
Yes, sir. I was going to include that, and from being here all day, I've learned that this is the process. So, yes, I learned that there were oppositions to me this past Friday, and I reached out to all of them immediately. They there were some people that felt that my information wasn't available, but I think that's because they couldn't find it. And so I've reached out to Mr. Seabrook, who is the owner of the property that is behind me at 083, on the phone with him. Basically, I understand his position. Based on the site plan, it sounded like his architect felt like there was an encroachment on his property. I'm not trying to go across my property line. I'm only trying to use my property to the full benefit. There are some trees that have been removed by approval of Mr. Foster, and those trees were subject to possibly be encroachments, but they were actually my trees, which I had to remove. And the idea of putting in the fence would then make sure that there's a defined line between me and Mr. Seabrook, and that neither one of us would be able to encroach on one another. And on the phone with Mr. Seabrook, I learned that he's looking to put a multi-unit property there, which means he would then become basically in the same zoning as me. And I do understand his questions, and we had a wonderful conversation on the phone. With Ms. Higgins, I met with her today, and we observed the property and we walked it together, and I feel like I've been able to address her concerns as well. She does want to hear some things from you all specifically, and I, of course, understand that, and she's a lovely woman, so she's here tonight to do that. There was one other, the person who is on the property of 086, we spoke, and their opposition is not really that they're against my project. They just want more access to their property, and they want you all to do something about the red light, which has nothing to do with my property. And so to answer it, yes, I was able to reach everyone, and to my understanding, I feel like I've answered any questions, or I've tried.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thanks for asking that question, Mr. Neal. Any other questions for Mr. Melton? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Okay.
Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this request? Sir? Well, come forward and state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jabari Seabrook with 1122 Gun Avenue.
Can you pull the microphone down?
My name is Jabari Seabrook with 1122 Gun Avenue, right next to Mr. Melton.
Excuse me, Mr. Seabrook, I apologize to interrupt. Were you sworn in?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay, thank you.
I was able to speak to Mr. Melton last Friday, and I think we're all on the same page. We just wanted to, I guess my architect and attorney in the city of Charleston said I should just make sure I can come in and make sure I'm on the record to some assurance that his project won't affect my lot next door, but it seems like he's building the fence, which, you know, satisfies my needs. And I guess they just said to come and just make sure it's on the record.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Brooke, does anybody have any questions for? Doesn't look like it. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of this application? All right, is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this application?
Good evening. I'm Marcia Higgins. I'm president of the Maryville-Ashleyville Neighborhood Association. And as Mr. Melton mentioned, we had an opportunity to meet. I did try to contact him, and I gave my email address to the county, and we got together. But in my comments, I did ask that the agenda items 9 and 10 are either denied or deferred. After we met today at 11 a.m. at his property, and he addressed the questions that I had and clarified everything for me. We walked the area and our community on Gun Avenue and Forbes Avenue. Specifically Forbes Avenue, we had some residents receive letters from the county informing them of this variance request. And so that's how I got involved. as the Neighborhood Association president. And after I met with Mr. Melton today, I contacted them and shared the results of it, and so everybody is satisfied. We had a concern about something that this board has nothing to do with, but it is really a safety hazard with that merge of Old Town Road and Highway 61, St. Andrews Boulevard. So that was our concern. Why? Because with Gunn Avenue, and reading this, we thought that he was saying that he wanted to eliminate access to Gunn Avenue. And we didn't want that because we only have two ways out of that community anyhow, the Ashleyville side, and that would really cause us even more problems. So that was the concern. However, we met with him, I did, and we're very pleased with the results. We wish him the very best with his hair salon, and really feel that his plans for the beautification of the area with planting, landscaping, and all that would really be a positive access to that area. And so we have no objections to this request, and we would be happy for the board to approve it.
So Mrs. Higgins, thank you. You actually spoke during the time for opposition, but you came out in favor of it, so
Well,
thank you for clarifying.
My original statement was in opposition, so I wasn't sure.
Well,
So I just wanted to.
the applicant in this case has done exactly what this board really prefers all applicants do, and reach out to the neighbors ahead of time before coming to this meeting to try and resolve these issues.
Yes.
It tends to make these meetings go a little faster.
Exactly. But we initiated the request, our residents and myself, and when he got the responses from the county that you all sent out, that's how he found out about me, as he did about others. And he reached out on Saturday morning, and we were able to meet this morning. So we're very pleased with that.
Oh, good. Well, thank you, Ms. Higgins.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Higgins? Okay, Mr. Jordan?
I'd just like to applaud you also, because after sitting here for 4 hours or whatever it is, it sure is nice to see everybody smiling back there on both sides.
For a minute at least.
Well, we figured 4 hours would be better for Mr. Melton than a 90-day wait.
And I know where your neighborhood is. It looks very nice.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Higgins. All right, would you like to rebut to the opposition that you've received this evening? All right. Board members, we will close this to the public hearing portion of this case. Do we have any additional questions for staff?
Are we taking these together or separate?
We will I think we'll have to approve each of them separately. So we'll need a motion for one and a motion for the other, but they should be fairly similar and fairly rapid.
Rapid. I'm frozen. I'm not doing it.
I'm happy to make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Marchant.
These criteria. All right. For case BZA-0524000778, I move for approval, as I believe the proposal meets all 7 criteria. Criteria number 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions. As we heard from the applicant, the property has a lot of existing conditions that create hardship, including the existing curb cut off of sort of the Old Town Road of St. Andrews Boulevard, as well as the existing single-family residence being in a location that is part of us within the setback. So there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions. Criteria number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. That, in fact, is true. Criteria number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Because the property is in a overlay business district zone, it certainly would prohibit the use of that, and so it does meet criterion 3. Criteria number 4, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good. We heard that after clarification with neighbors that it will probably enhance the neighborhood and the entrance to the neighborhood off of Gunn Avenue, and certainly enhance the drive along St. Andrews Boulevard with the landscape improvements and the improvements of what was a single-family residence. So it meets that criterion. Criteria number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted. In this case, it is a permitted use, and so it meets that criterion. Criterion number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. As stated earlier in the motion, these are existing conditions for which the applicant is asking for a variance. And criteria number 7, granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan. In addition to meeting the 7 criteria, this motion includes the staff recommendation number 1, or the 1 staff recommendation as noted in the presentation by staff. This ends my motion.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Marchett and a second by Mr. Truslow. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I think that was unanimous, so there are none opposed. That motion carries, and we need a motion on case number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that in BZA case 05-24-007778, I move for approval, as I believe the application meets, or the applicant meets all 7 criteria. Criteria 1 through 7 are met as stated in the previous motion, and I hope can be incorporated by reference to this motion. In addition to meeting the 7 criteria, I include the recommendation that staff made during the presentation. Here ends my motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Mr. Marchett and a second by Mr. Truslow. Any discussion? There being no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye. That was unanimous as well, so congratulations, your application has been approved. The staff will contact you within 10 business days regarding the next steps in the process. Thank you very much for your patience this evening and sticking it out to the bitter end. Yes, as we do every month. We couldn't do it without staff. So I'm sure that Ms. Workings has some additional information for us tonight.
I'm protesting unless it's warmer next time.
We have our next scheduled meeting is July the 1st of 2024.
Yeah.
What? How many cases?
Yeah, so we're going to have either 1 old business case and 9 new, or 10 new. So either way, we're going to have 10.
Are they,
Unless I can get rid of another one at last minute.
Are there any that are like short-term rentals?
STR.
July 1.
I think, well, it depends, actually.
They're normally.
Because we're not
gonna
really
be
sure
here.
yet. Definitely 1.
Mr. Chair.
Possibly. We don't have a set schedule. So what happened is people also applied. They applied in time for July, but some people I scheduled for August. So I don't have it quite set to the number, but we do have in like 4 applications.
We got in
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff right
Yeah.
now. But
So is there a request that we move the meeting till 4 o'clock?
If you want to. Yes.
I won't be here.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Board
So-
members, would you?
Choose 2 people aren't going to be here.
I could do 4 o'clock. I like being out of here by 9.
I like being out of here
It's kind of
earlier.
nice.
I mean,
So
I could
can I
send
get-
an email just to make sure the people that aren't, like Mr. Ray and Mr. What, like make sure they can do 4 before we officially change it, but
We have to have 5 for a quorum, right?
correct.
Do we need a motion on this, or are we good just changing it to 4?
We can change it to 4. I'm just
All
going
right.
to double check with them that they can make that. So
Okay.
we know that we have 5.
Done earlier.
And we have 3 people done with their training, so.
I'm not one of them.
How do I get that extra hour?
I got an hour
Yeah,
left.
I have you done. You're done. You're in the completed column.
How do I get that extra hour now?
Just watch a YouTube video, you'll be good.
You gotta have how many done?
3.
I'm for that.
And I've done 1.5?
I'm serious.
Okay, I'll get another 1.5. Easy. It's only May. No, what is it? July.
It's,
You know, a month and a-
it's almost Christmas. No, it feels.
Don't say that.
All right, with that, we are adjourned.
Adjourned, bye.
I just tried to get your applicant to weigh in, but I didn't. I'm not sure if they were late or not.